The House will come to order. Messages from the Senate.
Messages from the Senate. This is the Loeffler message. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 760, an act relating to human services. Loeffler moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 760 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
I recognize the author, Representative Loeffler, who will explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. House File 760 is the Department of Human Services bill. It replaces outdated language and disrespectful language referring to people with disabilities in our statutes. It's a 31-page bill, and the department found a couple little wordsmithing changes to be made, and the Senate did those. There's no controversy with this, and I'd recommend a yes vote on concurrence.
Is there any discussion to the Senate amendments? The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Loeffler. Could you just list what changes they did? Look like they're really technical. Is that the short copy, the short list on page 2? They look like they made some really minor changes. Is that it? I mean, this is a great bill, and it's not controversial, but you can just maybe tell us what changes they did make.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Abler. The questions, they found another place where there's a reference to someone being is mentally ill, and they changed that into has a mental illness. A reference to someone who is to the developmentally disabled that was changed to a person with a developmental disability, and changed the word disabilities to limitations. So it's consistent with the underlying body of the bill, and to bring all of our statutes up to date with modern terminology.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make it clear what the changes were. This is a really good bill. This is exactly what the House has been trying to do, is within a bipartisan way to show that we have a lot of respect for these individuals, and there is no better person than Representative Loeffler to have carried the torch on this, and so we should all vote yes on concurrence and then yes on the bill.
There being no further discussion to the Senate amendments, all those in favor of concurring with the Senate amendments say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 760 as amended by the Senate.
Third reading as amended by the Senate. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 128 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended by the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 767, an act relating to human services. Morgan moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 767 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
The member from Dakota, Representative Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, House File 767 is a DHS agency bill in the area of continuing care, long-term care, nursing homes, etc. It had an amendment from Representative Abler on it in the area of personal care assistance. When it went over to the Senate, it went over with only 2 no votes in the Senate. They amended onto it House File 841, which was Representative Joanne Ward's bill that we had passed off the floor here with 0 no votes. So they sent it back with Representative Ward's bill on it, and I'd urge your concurrence.
Is there any discussion to the Senate amendments? The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The more human services bills on the floor in a day makes it a better day. So this is another example of good work. Representative Morgan has, this is a good department bill. And the Senate was wise to add on a bill the House passed with such strong support. Anoka County wants that. So I'm going to point out one highlight. We discovered in our work in 2012 that there were, in this case, a woman, developmentally disabled person who had a male PCA who was very inappropriate with her and terrible, in fact. And so we found language that allows these individuals to select the same gender of a PCA should they so choose. And I think that's a really positive bill to do this. I'm glad the Senate realized the value of that. So members, this is a really good bill. I urge you to vote yes on concurrence and yes on the bill.
Is there any further discussion to the Senate amendments? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of concurrence with the Senate amendments, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 767, as amended by the Senate.
Third reading as amended by the Senate. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 125 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is passed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate File 654, 661, 685, and 693, signed Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 654, an act relating to human services. Loeffler moves that Senate File 654, House File 820, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Seeing no objection, it's so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 661, an act relating to campaign finance. Winkler moves that Senate File 661 and House File 863, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
If there is no objection, it's so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 685, an act relating to civil commitment. Hilster moves that House File 685 and Senate File 1557, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
If there is no objection, it's so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 693, an act relating to civil action. Atkins moves that Senate File 693 and House File 482, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
If there is no objection, it's ordered. Conference Committee reports on House files.
Conference Committee report. This is the Atkins motion. Conference Committee report on House File 459, addressed to the Honorable Paul Thiessen, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Sandra Pappas, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 459, report that we agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all 3 conferees on the part of the House and all 3 conferees on the part of the Senate. Atkins moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File 459 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the author, Representative Atkins, who will explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Chief Clerk who noted all of the conferees signed. In particular, I want to thank Senator Rude, who just lost her mom, but still managed to participate in signing the conference committee report. This is the BPA bill. It passed with significant bipartisan support and continue to have full bipartisan support in the conference committee. It protects kids from the risks of BPA being included in products that are aimed at babies and toddlers. In terms of what happened in the bill, they took the Section 1 of the House file, which, so you all already voted for that. Section 2, we took the Senate version, but it was just simply technical changes to the second section. So in terms of what you all voted for previously, you shouldn't see any significant changes compared to what came out of the House file the other day, and I appreciate your support.
Discussion. The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Madam Speaker, I don't plan to speak on every bill today. Heard that yesterday. But I do want to comment about this. I was a conferee, and it was probably, to say it was a speedy conference committee, I don't know, how quick does 37 seconds go by, Representative Atkins? It just seemed like an entire minute that I was there, not just 37 seconds. But this is a project that is important. The bill started out much more protectionistic toward the kids, and I was a co-author of that. But this still does a lot of good, and people can feel good that we're moving the ball forward. Just to my side of the aisle, if you voted no on the previous version, you probably, unless you had a change of heart, you probably wouldn't like this any better. But I urge members to vote yes. It's a good bill. It's the chamber is neutral, I believe, at this point. And it will help some kids be healthier. So the chemicals they're exposed to as infants and as very young children do affect them for their entire lives, and so I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion to the conference committee report? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the conference committee report for House File 459, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File 459 as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 114 ayes and 13 nays, the bill is passed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1234. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1234 on the calendar for the day, unofficially engrossed and reprinted for the House to include committee amendments, an act relating to workers' compensation.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is the annual workers' comp bill. We were very lucky to actually get a workers' comp bill this year. Relatively far-reaching. The Chamber of Commerce and the AFL-CIO, in part of this bill, came to an agreement in their Work Comp Association and came up with some good things for working people and for business. The first half of this bill, Article 1, is the Work Comp Cleanup Bill. It does a couple of things. Section 1, it allows the commissioner to be a little bit more selective in what he investigates. There's been a lot of accusations. Sometimes the commissioner does not want to do a full-blown investigation. They just want to do this is just someone complaining about the service they got rather than somebody stole something from somebody. Section 2 removes the cap on what they are allowed to investigate in medical charges. At the present time, it's capped at $7,500. We all know with medical charges that has to be increased. So they were not able to investigate anything over $7,500. Now they can go quite a bit beyond that. Section 3 is a more complicated issue. On occasions, an insurance company will go bankrupt. And we have something like the Pension Guarantee Trust. We have what is called the Minnesota Insurance Guarantee Association. They will step in and pay the workers' comp fine charges. This bankrupt company, insurance company, after the state stepped in and paid the fees, went to court and won, saying that they deserved compensation on those dollars that the state paid. This would eliminate that chance. Section 4 is medical data. What this is, there's two parts to this. They have 50-year-old records, 70-year-old records, many of them in paper. They don't want to mess around with that. The other is that they're trying to exempt from some of the data privacy stuff. If you go in and to a new doctor and the doctor is taking a medical history, is there heart disease in your family, is there anyone with diabetes or whatever, and it just states that it is not classified as genetic material, that information. Section 5 clarifies how an employee, an employer, and the courts work when there is a settlement. Quite often what's happening is the employers are getting the initial letter, ignoring the other 4 or 5, and then when the settlement is made, they're saying, I was never notified. And that starts a whole new process. That says no. If they can prove that if the department can prove they got the notification, that takes that defense away. Section 6, I'm told there is actually someone on the floor that knows what the methodology of Six Sigma is. I don't know how this happened, but some years back, they decided in law the only method they could use for data tracking. This section removes that language and allows them to take the best that they can get. Section 7 just clarifies how giving notice to the court when there is a settlement. Article 2 is the one that I'm sure many people have heard about. Article 2, Section 1 deals with post-traumatic stress syndrome in the workers' comp system. Post-traumatic stress is we all know what post-traumatic stress is in the military sense. But many of our first responders suffer this. Many of the people, if there is a grievous crime done at work, will end up suffering from this. And this has come out of the Red Lake shooting, where one of the teachers claimed post-traumatic stress and was denied workers' comp. The sad thing about this Section 1 is I don't think it goes far enough. It is probably the second most tightly written post-traumatic stress language in the nation. It was looked at by the insurance companies, one of the largest work comp insurance providers in the state, and said, yeah, that's a pretty tough standard. So I hope the Work Comp Advisory Council takes a second look at this next year. Section 3 is attorney fees. They have not been what happens here is if you're injured, you are allowed, before you have to go into court and petition for an expansion of your attorney fees, you are allowed $13,000. That hasn't changed in 20 years. They're doubling that. Section 5 is, I'm going to skip Section 4 because that goes again to attorney fees. Section 5 is the piece that is really kind of important. In 20 some odd years, they have not increased the dollar figure that if you are injured, you can get on a weekly benefit. This increases the maximum weekly benefit to 102% of the statewide weekly average wage. In simpler terms, if you're getting $850 a week now, you can get $916. So it's a $66 a week, $250, $260 a month increase. The QRCs, Section 6, many people have heard about that. This limits it to 20 hours per month for the first 3 months, and then after review you get another 20 hours a month for 3 more months, a total of 6. What they're trying to do here, and I fully agree, is get people to go into retraining rather than trying to get their old job back. Let's face it, if you are a right-handed machinist and you get your hand crushed, it's unlikely that you're going to be able to go back to being a right-handed machinist. You're going to have to learn how to be a left-handed machinist. And the determining of most of the rest of this stuff is pretty non-controversial. I'm going to look at the last page here. There's a COLA increase from 2% to 3%. Typically you had to wait 4 years. This lowers it to 3 years and increases it by 1%. Section 11 is pain contracts, which is quite often done in the private sector. If you are on OxyContin, you have to sign a contract with your doctor saying that you know all the risks and everything else. Section 12 is a patient advocacy pilot program, kind of like an ombudsman for lower back fusion or spinal fusion. The numbers are not all that great for spinal fusion. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This ombudsman person is going to do is tell the patient what their risks are and not be an insurance company or a doctor, a disinterested third party. Section 13 is a reimbursement study. One of the problems that this bill brought forth at first was that the hospitals were being forced to pay for all of the cost of any kind of benefit increase. They were very upset. They didn't feel like they had been represented. The chamber and and labor sat down, listened to their concerns, and agreed to study this for a year and come back next year looking to see if there's a compromise that everyone can live with. So members, it's a good bill. It's probably the most sweeping bill that's been done by workers' comp in 20 years. I appreciate your support.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1234 as amended. Senate File. Third reading, Senate File 1234 as amended.
Third reading, Senate File 1234. The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the author would yield.
He will yield. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Mahoney, I received an email from a county commissioner. I was trying to listen carefully to what you were saying, but they're somewhat concerned about the post-traumatic stress disorder now being included. Has there been any resolution of that? Is that still in the bill? Do the counties still have concerns? If you could please advise us on that.
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Davids, yes, it is still in the bill. It is probably, as I said earlier, our language for post-traumatic stress in the state of Minnesota under the workers' comp laws is the second most restrictive in the United States. The counties that are concerned about this are the greater Minnesota counties, the 80 counties outside the 7-county metro area. This is, they're estimating somewhere between 20 and 40 cases per year of our first responders and persons that may or may not be might witness a traumatic event. There's a lot of dispute about that particular number. They use the MMB used the numbers from California, which has probably one of the most liberal post-traumatic stress laws in the nation. So the insurance companies that I've talked to, the commissioner, the department, all say that the counties it's a little overblown. They actually wanted all the post-traumatic stress language taken out, which to me is kind of unconscionable. for the amount of money that they're talking.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and if Chair Mahoney would yield.
He will yield. Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chair Mahoney, I just wanted to make sure, I believe you said this is from the Work Comp Advisory Council, so basically we've had labor and business sign off on this, just for the record.
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Davids, both sides have signed off on this, yes.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Chair Mahoney.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Even Joe Mauer doesn't get many hitting streaks more than 4 in a row, so maybe this would be my last bill for a while. But I wanted just to say a good thing about this bill. You don't get many times a letter gets they don't use this letterhead very often. They don't need to buy many boxes of it when you put AFL-CIO and the chamber on this. This is their we got it worked out letterhead. So that's remarkable about this bill. And it was controversial at the beginning about some hospital payment rates and what different provider issues, which have been all resolved, and kudos to those people who resolved that. For the people who care about mental health, this year could be a good year for mental health. In the Human Service Omnibus, there's some mental health improvements about school-linked mental health grants and suicide prevention, the effects of people who have been first responders, police, fire, etc., getting a chance to finally get the care they need for their post-traumatic injuries, which are totally real and ruin their lives, is a real breakthrough, and people can be proud of that on this bill. I'm glad there's a spinal fusion project. The one negative about the bill is that the retraining, employment training is a little reduced, but hopefully that can be just as effective. But in the world of trade-offs, this is a really good bill, and people can feel comfortable voting for this. At the end of the day, there will be people saying thank you for the chance to get the care they need for their post-traumatic stress. I urge a yes vote.
The member from Carver, Representative Leidinger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Mahoney, if you'd yield for a question.
He will. Representative Leidinger.
Representative Mahoney, we did hear this in committee, and since that time, my county also has stated serious concerns with the bill regarding the PTSD provision. And so I'm just really looking for assurances that those counties with the greater population and proportion of service members are going to be covered.
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Leidinger, many counties, many municipalities, the state are essentially self-insured when it comes to workers' comp. What I think you're worried about is the number of incidences of post-traumatic stress. I don't have the number in front of me. Primarily, they come from police, fire, ambulance. We're all going to see some of that. We're going to see more of it. Again, they have the AFL-CIO, Minnesota Chamber, and the insurance companies have written this pretty tightly, very, very tightly. Is everybody's county going to see one of these? Probably not. But you may see one over a course of years. And members, I would like to take this moment to tell you again that this is the tightest, second tightest regulations in the nation. And for PTSD, it is very serious that these people get help. And they should not, there should not be a moment when someone sees something at work members, when someone sees someone climb on a forklift, on a pallet, on a forklift, and go up 40 feet in the air, and then watch that man fall and hit his head and die in front of them, it should not be problematic for a worker that sees that to get help from a licensed professional. That's really important. more important to me, and I'm probably going to upset my police and fire friends, but I think they're more ready to handle to see something traumatic. But we unfortunately have thousands of deaths in this country every year from people at work. We have traumatic events at work in this country every day, thousands and thousands. I certainly hope that the Work Comp Advisory Council loosens this language up in the years to come. Because if somebody is traumatized at work, they should be able to talk to someone other than their boss that might say, just suck it up and get back to work. I know that. So Representative Leidiger, yes, everyone's county at some point or another is going to have to buck it up, write the check, and get their people healed. Just like every other company in the state is going to have to figure out how to do this. But we can't have injured people going to work, because that impairs the safety of the rest of us. So members, I'll stand for any questions.
The member from Washington, Representative Schoen. The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Madam Speaker, would the chief author, wherever he is, would he please yield?
He will yield. Representative Atkins.
And folks, I know I could just lean over and ask Representative Mahoney. This is obviously what we're making some legislative history, and that's why I'm posing a question. It's on the same issue, the mental and psychological concern that Representative Leidiger and Representative Davids raised. And first off, I applaud the work of Representative Mahoney and everybody on the Work Comp Advisory Council. I think you've done excellent work. I just want to make certain that we make a record with regard to workplace mental and psychological injuries like the school and workplace shootings that have occurred in Minnesota. And obviously I support and applaud the efforts that have been made on that front by the Council. I just want to make certain that existing causes of action that employees have for workplace discrimination or sexual harassment or other human rights violations under other laws are not going to become work comp claims as a result of this. Is that correct, Representative Mahoney?
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Atkins, I do not see how that could be possible underneath this language. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think I know that's not the intent.
Representative Atkins.
And if the chief author will yield for just one more question.
He will.
Just one more clarification on Representative Mahoney. With respect to the job placement services that I think Representative Abler raised, the restrictions of 6 months, after 6 months and no job placement has been made, are the employees then able to seek retraining for another position?
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Atkins, yes they are.
Representative Schoen.
Madam Speaker, would the author yield for a question?
He will. Representative Schoen.
Representative Mahoney, would you provide maybe just a short amount of insight on how you developed the language related to the post-traumatic stress?
Representative Mahoney.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Schoen. I know they've been working on this for a number of years and had to come to some agreement. They've been talking in generalities for a number of years on this particular issue. When the Work Comp Advisory Council almost did not have a bill this year, and the last day that we told them they could actually get one together, they had a sit-down meeting with the AFL-CIO and the Minnesota Chamber. They called in one of the larger, because AFL-CIO said this is really, really important, and if we're going to do this, we're going to do it. They called in they asked the advice and counsel of one of the largest insurance companies, workers' comp insurance companies in the state, to help them write this particular language. That was not illegal. That wasn't unethical or immoral or anything else. I think it did not go to the best interest of the worker, but hopefully they'll address that in the coming years and open this up a little bit more because it does need to be.
Representative Schoen.
Oh, Madam Speaker and Representative Mahoney, first I want to thank you for getting an inroad into that particular piece. Post-traumatic stress is extremely important. I've seen that in my workplace with fellow coworkers. And, you made a good point. Public safety personnel probably are a little bit more prepared. We train a little bit more, but we see it far more often, and we've done a paltry job of responding to the needs of those folks, including the veterans. And I know Representative Purcell and I have had great conversations about this issue in detail. And I want to thank Representative Kiefer as well. I know she's worked hard on that council. And I implore you to work harder and do better. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield for a question?
He will. Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Mahoney, this bill has sections in it which are very much like construction contracts, spend a lot of time worrying about how attorneys are going to get paid. And I'm all for helping out people who get injured and making sure that they're adequately taken care of. I think it's unconscionable that 20% or 1/5 of an award should go to the attorney rather than taking care of the individual that's been hurt. I see here in Section 3 that there are percentages. Are those really promissory guarantees in statute, or does the individual who's being represented have the ability to negotiate what the attorney is going to get paid?
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Hertaus, Section 3, Section 3 does not deal that deals with an insurance company being reimbursed. So I think, is there a different section? I'm not following.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was looking at Section 3 refers to increases the amount of legal fees that can be charged in workers' compensation cases from 25% of the first $4,000 and 20% of the next $60,000 to an overall 20% of the first $130,000 of compensation awarded to an employee. The same increase applies to fees withheld from period compensation awarded to an employee. So my understanding of this, if an individual is awarded a claim in compensation over a period of months, each month 20% of that benefit would be sent to the attorney.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Hertaus, I'm sorry, I was looking at Article 1, you're looking at Article 2. To be honest, I believe these are set in law. You don't get the opportunity to negotiate. I believe it's up to. But I can't give you a definitive answer on whether it's negotiable or not. I don't believe it is, though.
Representative Hertaus.
Okay, thank you very much for that response, and for that reason alone, I will be giving a red vote.
Further discussion. The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Mahoney, I want to thank you for addressing this topic, but I do have to echo what Representative Schoen had to say. Police, fire, and EMS personnel, we might seem to be a little more immune to post-traumatic stress, and I wasn't going to speak to this, but I have to. I've had several of my partners over the course of my career who their only method of dealing with post-traumatic stress was to kill themselves. Paramedic suicide is an issue that nobody talks about. I would appreciate in the future if we could potentially look into this more. But I do appreciate that, but I do want to clarify that, and I do thank you for at least bringing this to the body's attention. Thank you.
The member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you for speaking up, President Newberger. And thank you, Representative Mahoney, for championing the issue, and Representative Kiefer, Representative Schoen. I've had some very good conversations over the years. I had a bill on this post-traumatic stress. It's part of this overall bill, and the language is certainly not what was in the original bill that I had, and we're gonna go with something. It's long past time that we recognize post-traumatic stress in the workplace. We've recognized it for not enough, but several decades in the military. And those of you in the chamber that have been around military, been around veterans, you know what I'm talking about. I had an uncle that committed suicide after WW2 at the age of 64, post-traumatic stress. All my dad said was he never got over D-Day. So it's near and dear to my heart. My military experience left me hanging a little bit too. And so I'm just glad that we're addressing the issue. If you don't talk about it, it gets worse, and you end up with some really significant complications. So we've started the conversation. We're getting folks with these mental health issues out of the shadows and into the daylight where they can get some help, and we all need to be supportive and recognize that. And I thank you for support of this bill.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. I do want to thank my counterpart on the Work Comp Advisory Council, Representative Kiefer. Everybody seems to want to thank me for this, but this was a partnership, and I do appreciate it, Representative Kiefer. We both worked hard on this, trying to keep the council from doing things the wrong way. I'll phrase it that way. That gives me a lot of leeway. And Representative Hertas, it's good when you ask a question on the House floor, and sometimes the electronics work. That is a maximum that can be charged. It doesn't, it could be a lot less than that, but it can't be any more than that. The Chamber supports this in its entirety because it hasn't been raised. This dollar figure in Article 2, Section 3, the fee for legal services, has not been raised in over 2 decades. And that's been kind of the problem. So one of the ways they got around this, one of the problems that work comp is the hospitals, the injured workers are having, is that insurance companies have lawyers on staff. And the insurance companies were not thrilled about this particular piece. So labor and the injured workers that are hardly represented, the injured workers said, how about if we limit how much insurance companies' lawyers can be paid to do this? So the insurance companies couldn't have their lawyers spend more than $26,000, or as the numbers are here, $60,000. And the insurance companies just about, apparently kind of turned a little bit red and said, oh, no, that wouldn't be quite right. How could we track our attorneys? So finally, the Chamber and the insurance companies and everybody agreed on this particular language. So it is up to, it's not a negotiable thing, but it doesn't mean that every attorney that takes on a work comp case is going to make $130,000 in billable hours. It could be $500, it could be $5,000, it could be, in a very, very contentious case, it could be up to the $130. But when you go over that, it's a whole other ballgame. You have to go into court and talk to the judge. But again, I want to extend my thanks to Representative Kiefer on this.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks, Representative Mahoney. It sounds like a great bill, and I'm just listening to the discussion about the lawyers' fees and reading the language, and I appreciate that you. It's up to, but as I'm reading this, it actually looks to me like they've reduced the lawyers' fees. It kind of restructures what the maximum can be, and I think that's just fine, but maybe you would want to clarify that. And with my quick little math here, and I might be wrong, it looks like, and just reading the language of the bill, it looks like after you got to 60,000 and the lawyer could charge 20% of that next 60,000, then there was no cap. So I think it's actually kind of going the other way. So I don't know. I mean, I certainly wouldn't vote on or for or against your bill based on that, but I just wanted to sort of stand and say that I certainly don't read this as increasing lawyers' fees.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think what I'm hearing then is what I wanted to hear, is that a claimant could negotiate attorney's fees less than those amounts if the representative would yield.
She will yield. Representative Hertas.
Was it your intention that, or your understanding as you interpret it, that they could negotiate something less than the 20%?
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hertas. As I'm reading the language, that's definitely what it says. And what it says here, it just from reading the bill, and I assume that this is the correct version I'm reading, I hope it is, but it said that the fee for, it had this, the cap was, it's talking about the maximum permissible fee that can be charged without special approval. And they've changed that, and it looks like it's reducing it for the first, it used to be 25% of the first 4,000. So, so that would have been $1,000 out of the first 4,000. And then 20% of the next 60,000 would have been the cap. And now it's 20% of the whole thing up to 130,000 of the award. That's not the legal fees. So we're talking about up to 20% of the whole award. So as I read that, I think it reduces it, not increases it. And as you said, that's the maximum.
Representative Hertas.
Well, thank you. You might have changed my mind.
Representative Mahoney.
Members, I don't know if you have the bill in front of you, but the 20% of the $130,000 of compensation award equals the $26,000 limit before they have to go back to the judge to get authorization to go over the $26,000. So again, it used to be $13,000, now it's $26,000.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I serve on the Jobs Committee, and I just felt I needed to raise a concern that I raised in Jobs Committee. I am speaking in favor of the bill. I know this is a delicate compromise and a balance to get to agreement on the workers' comp bill, so I am going to suggest you vote for it. But some of you may have heard about the rehabilitation, the changes in the rehabilitation section. When people are injured and are out of work and they have to go into voc rehab to get back to work, there are some limits. There have not been limits in this section before, and there were limits put on it. I raised some questions, particularly in rural Minnesota. The QRCs who do this rehab said that this was very concerning to them. Just for your information, the law changes are to 3 months and 6 months. I don't have the bill in front of me right this moment, but among vocational rehab plans that are closing, the average service duration in 2011 was 14 months. The local Dolly staff who do voc rehab in the Twin Cities area, I believe, have a shorter time to get people back on the job, but in rural Minnesota, when you look at the statewide average, it is 14 months total. Return to work with the pre-injury employer is 9.3 months, and return to work with a different employee is 19.1 months. And so by limiting it to the 3 and 6 months in the bill is going to be problematic. My concern was that you may have more people on state programs, SSI, and really be counterproductive rather than getting them back into the workplace. So I raised this issue just Representative Mahoney and Representative Kiefer are aware of this and have agreed to bring this up with the Council again next year, continue working on it, and make certain that we're not going to limit services in a way that will perhaps negatively affect not only an employee but the state and federal coffers as well. And Representative Mahoney, thank you for agreeing to do that. And members, I would urge you to vote green on the bill.
The member from Washington, Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Rep. Norton, we've talked about this. We will look at it. And in Section 13, we also have a commitment now for a cost study on the space decision. So we do have our work cut out for us in the next 9 months or so, and we will do this over the summer. And I would ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Yeah. The clerk will close the roll. There being 128 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 340. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 340 on the calendar for today, an act relating to economic development.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is one of those really exciting bills. It just expands what a economic development agency of a city or a county can claim as collateral when they're taking a loan for site cleanup.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 340.
Third reading, Senate File 340. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 128 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 694. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 694, the first engrossment, an act relating to debt management and debt settlement.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Lesch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask you to support House File 694. House File 694 readdresses debt settlement services and also debt management services. A few sessions back, Representative Dabney had worked on a bill affecting debt settlement servicers. I was especially sensitive to this issue during my time at Fort Benning, when you go out the gates and there are all kinds of debt businesses, including car title loans, payday loans, debt settlement services. This was an effort to ensure that they operate above board and consumers, including my fellow soldiers, weren't victims to things like this in Minnesota. So what it does, it says that excludes attorneys from the definition. So if you're handling debt settlement services as an attorney, and this isn't your only line of business, it's just corollary to your other work, that's fine. But if you're an attorney who's only handling debt settlement services and you have a business relationship with one of these large debt settlement mills, well, then you have to follow the same rules that were set forth in that bill that we passed a few years ago. For example, they have to go through a contract with you and says, it says, is this really appropriate for you? For example, one of my fellow soldiers down at Fort Benning had signed up for one of these because he had loaded up too much debt on an American Express, and it was about 60% of his debt, and then he went into one of these debt settlement servicers and found out that American Express doesn't deal with debt settlement servicers. So this would be a law that makes that analysis apply to you unless you happen to be doing this just as an attorney. That's not the main part of your business. So I know that Representative Atkins had worked with individuals on this and leading up to it, and did a good job on that too. So on some questions that people have, I may yield to Representative Atkins.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 694.
Third reading. The member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, thank you, Representative Lesch and Representative Atkins and Mr. Elwood. I think this is a nice compromise. I think this is just about everybody in the world is happy with this, and I would encourage members to vote yes.
Any further discussion to the bill? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 128 ayes and 6 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1792. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1792 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to claims against the state.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, members. House File 1792 is the report from the Joint Subcommittee on Claims that comes about every couple years or so. And this year's amount is $20,750 for 5 claims that the Joint Commission recommends that you vote yes with me on. Thank you very much.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1792.
Third reading. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 126 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 250. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 250, first engrossment, an act relating to family law.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Allen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill allows for all proceedings for pre-adoptive or adoptive placement of an Indian child to be transferred to the jurisdiction of the tribe absent good cause. This bill allows state court judges to determine whether there is good cause to deny the transfer of the proceeding. The purpose of this bill is to clarify state law and to correct a mistake the Minnesota Supreme Court made in the RS and LS case in 2011. Minnesota has been a national leader in enacting policies and laws to better serve Indian children, such as the Minnesota Indian Families Preservation Act, which strengthened and added to the federal ICWA provisions, that is the Indian Child Welfare Act. This bill makes it clear that Minnesota courts may transfer jurisdiction at all 4 stages of a child custody proceeding. This bill is the appropriate course of action for 3 reasons. 1, tribes and counties and their respective courts work together in case planning for Indian children, including determining when transfer to tribal court would be most appropriate. In fact, the county involved in RS and LS case supported the post-termination transfer to tribal court. 2, because ICWA only establish minimum standards, states and tribes often make agreements or strengthen those standards. For example, in 2007, the state and all 11 Minnesota tribes have operated under a tribal state agreement, which lays out in detail how they will handle all stages of child custody proceedings. These types of agreements are necessary to fulfill the federal ICWA mandate and provide a practical framework for both state and tribal governments. The 3rd reason, this bill does not create tribal jurisdiction. Such jurisdiction existed long before colonization. Tribes have always possessed sovereign authority to make their own laws, particularly with regard to domestic relations. Congress may limit or remove such authority, but such limitations must be clearly expressed. Nothing in the federal law, nothing in ICWA expressly limits a tribe's ability to accept pre-adoptive or adoptive cases. Essentially, this bill returns the state and tribes the ability to transfer post-termination proceedings to tribal court while also providing protections for the Indian children involved. I want to thank my co-author, Representative Scott, for her work on this bill. I also want to thank the many advocates, especially Tribal Court Judge Andrew Small, who worked tirelessly to accomplish the purposes for which the ICWA was enacted, to protect the rights of the Indian child as an Indian and the rights of the Indian community and tribe in retaining its children in its society, as stated by the U.S. Supreme Court. Members, I ask for your support.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its 3rd reading.
3rd reading, Senate File 250.
3rd reading. The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would encourage a yes vote on this bill. This bill returns to the state and the tribes the ability to transfer post-termination cases to tribal courts while also providing protection for the Indian children involved. And this has been a work in progress, and all the tribes have agreed to it, and I think it's what's best for the kids. So I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield to a question, please?
She will. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Allen, to what extent is the Supreme Court case, Baby Veronica, going to have an effect on this if we put this into state law? As you know, about a month ago, they heard oral arguments on that case, and I'm just wondering, because the Congress is supposed to be in charge now, there's a case in the Supreme Court. So to what extent will that affect placing this in addition to what we already have in state statute?
Representative Allen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Erickson. This will have no bearing on that case. It's dealing with an entirely different law, which Minnesota doesn't follow in the first place. So it has nothing to do with it.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Allen yield again?
She will. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Allen, I have in my district couples tribal member married to non-tribal member. And they have told me, at least the non-tribal member, that they are concerned about this process of adoption. Now the pre-adoptive would be in place. You know, and I have a concern, if they have a concern. And so that's why I'm asking you this. What should we be concluding when it's a tribal member married to a non-tribal, regardless of whether it's the father or the mother who's non-tribal?
Representative Allen.
Madam Speaker, let me clarify that this law will not affect the rights of Indian children's parents. This bill deals with transfers that happen only after a parent's rights have been terminated and they no longer have the right to participate in these decisions. But again, tribes and counties often collaboratively plan safe ways for Indian children to remain connected to their parents.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Allen yield one more time?
She will. Representative
Thank you, Madam
Erickson.
Speaker. Well, Representative Allen, county attorneys have raised some questions about this change that we're proposing. Could you comment on what their objection is then, if it doesn't have to do with either the Supreme Court case, Congress having this authority rather than states, and then the Supreme Court decision of 2011 here in Minnesota?
Representative Allen.
Madam Speaker, I believe the county's initial objection, and again I want to repeat that the counties supported the transfer in the case, and they also wrote an extensive brief in support of the tribes in that case. But they did raise a concern about whether this law would permit tribes to seek a late transfer and enter the case, for upsetting the county's case plan. And this concern we would address in two ways. First, tribes are often involved in CHIPS cases from the beginning. Often tribes in Minnesota, they incur the expense to travel great distances to participate in these cases. I know in Minnesota oftentimes they often will have to travel to California. But it is often only if a case proceeds to termination when an Indian child needs a permanent placement. That transfer becomes desirable for both the tribe and the county, just like in the RS and LS case. In that case, Fillmore County wrote, arguably at this point in the proceeding, the transfer is the most appropriate in this case. Second, it is unjust, and this is where the county's argument is somewhat of a red herring, is that it is unjust and contrary to ICWA to presume that tribes do not take into account the best interests of Indian children in participating in case planning or in making transfer decisions. And again, this bill allows state court judges to determine whether there is good cause to deny the transfer of those proceedings.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Allen, I just wanted to make sure, you mentioned just a little bit ago that they still have the children connected to their parents. If this goes to the tribal courts, are they able to overturn the termination of parental rights? Can you just kind of help me through that? I just want to make sure that kids are not going to be placed back into a home that has been abusive.
She will yield. Representative Allen.
Madam Speaker, in these types of cases that this bill deals with, the adoptive, pre-adoptive, on transfer to the tribal court will adopt all orders of the state courts and handle conditional consents for adoption in a identical fashion.
Representative Anderson. I'm sorry, Representative Anderson. There's some wonderful children in the gallery. I was distracted. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Are they your children?
No, Representative Anderson. My children are way taller than that. Representative Anderson.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Allen. So as you've got it written, there can't be any overturning. The children will not be exposed to parents that had their rights terminated due to abuse.
Representative Allen.
Madam Speaker, that is correct.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author yield to a question?
She will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you. Representative Allen, I think this is the same topic that Representative Erickson was asking questions about. I just read your bill, and it talks about an Indian child, and what I'm not clear about is what if it's a child of one tribal member, one Indian, and one non-Indian? Is there a certain percentage is there a definition for Indian child? In other words, what if it's 50% Indian, 50% not Indian? Then does that mean that the tribe would have, under your language, would have jurisdiction? How is that determined?
Representative Allen.
Madam Speaker, under the Indian Child Welfare Act, an Indian child is defined as a child that is an enrolled member of a tribe or is eligible for enrollment in a tribe. And so under federal law, tribes have the inherent authority to determine who their members are, and the federal government does not interfere with that. And so, you have over 500 tribes, and they could all have different eligibility requirements for who is a member. And again, I want to say that the difference between among minority groups of color and tribes is that tribal members have a political status. It's under federal law. It's a political classification, not a racial classification, and that's why we have an entire federal Title 25 that doesn't violate the U.S. Constitution, and that was in a U.S. Supreme Court case. I believe it was Martin versus Mancari. You may study that in law school, and hopefully, so I believe that answers your question.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Allen. I'm just trying to figure out if the parents are of two different races, does it automatically, if you've got an Indian tribal, I'm not sure if it matters if it's Indian or if it's tribal, I'm not sure if that matters or not, but if you've got one parent that's of one race and another parent's of not another race, does then it automatically under this bill go to the tribe? I'm just trying to figure out if it's two, because if the father's a person that's not part of the tribe, or if the mother's a person that's not part of the tribe, I'm just trying to figure out, because you just said that the tribe gets to determine who is a member of the tribe, and you talked about eligibility, and so my only concern is that may or may not be in the best interest of the child, and if the parents are of two separate backgrounds, I'm just trying to weigh the benefits and the negatives of the bill, and I just want to be clear I understand who gets to determine whether or not that child of two different parents that aren't, they're not both Indian would go.
Representative Allen.
Madam Speaker, the question is really, it's off point, because this bill deals with a transfer that happens after a parent's rights have been terminated, and they no longer have the right to participate in those decisions. Now, whether, if we wanted on the floor here discuss general, how the Indian Child Welfare Act works, I mean, that is it's somewhat of a complex act, but really, I think I could offer that when between state and tribal jurisdiction, there are cases where the tribe has exclusive jurisdiction, and then there are cases where the state and tribe have concurrent jurisdiction, and then that depends on the domicile of the child, whether the child lives on or off the reservation, and so you getting into all the different scenarios, or it really has nothing to do with this bill.
Representative Pepin.
Madam Speaker and Representative Allen, okay, I'm going to try to be more on point. Let's say the mother is a tribal member and the father is not, and neither one of them live on in the tribal area, and they decide to give their child up for adoption, and the rest of I guess it doesn't really matter who the rest of the family is if they've given up rights. I'm just trying to figure out, does the tribe always, under your bill, it looks to me like that the jurisdiction of what happens to the child would always go to the tribe, even though half of the father isn't part of the tribe. So it could be a child that's half Indian and half not. And it sounds like to me that it would under your under your bill, and I'm just trying to get a clarification if that's the case. From what you're telling me, I'm assuming that yes, that would mean even if they weren't living in the tribe, they were in Minneapolis, they gave up the rights, the tribe would still have jurisdiction, and that's all I'm trying to find out the answer to. I'm sorry if I'm not making myself clear, but that's what I'm trying to get at.
She will yield. Representative Allen.
Madam Speaker, and I believe that was the case in RS and LS, as they were, I don't remember the race of the, if they were both Indian or just one parent, but they did live in the city. And that's why, and it was too difficult for them to travel to the reservation to go to tribal court. So and in that case, yes, the state did have concurrent jurisdiction over those children. But again, I mean, jurisdictional questions are going to be decided long before it gets to this stage where, as I said, this bill only deals with after the parents' rights have been terminated.
Any further discussion to the bill? Representative Allen. Seeing no, go ahead, Representative Allen. Seeing no further discussion to the bill, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 123 ayes and 5 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1564. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1564, the first engrossment, an act relating to metropolitan government.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is the Met Council redistricting bill. Earlier this week, the Senate file was sent over here, and the Senate file replaced the House file. And basically, this is the Met Council redistricting we have to do every 10 years after the census, the decennial census. The difference between the House file and the Senate file had the 1A map, which was the Met Council and the governor's recommended map. The House file before had the 4 map, and they came out of the committee. So, but I moved, like I said, we're going to take accept the Senate language because that's what the governor is saying he wants to get signed.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Rosenthal moving to amend Senate File 1564, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 0628.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to withdraw this amendment.
Representative Rosenthal withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Albright moving to amend Senate File 1564, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A1.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, members. Oh, sorry, good afternoon. Been a long day. The amendment that I'm speaking to particularly pertains to the process that was undergone in the House MC 2013-4 was the approved of map. It does, based upon the desired principles that were governed by the Met Council, follows as closely as possible the 4 criteria that were spelled out in committee. It does maintain the desired population deviation. It maintains and respects the continuity of county borders as well as city boundaries. There is minimal disruption to current boundaries, and it minimizes this disruption to local government units. And to that point, members, I have the pages put on your desk, a letter from Scott County and the Scott County Association of Leadership and Efficiency letter, which strongly is in opposition to Plan 1A and is in affirmative on the map 4, given the concerns that you can read about in that letter. Given the fact that GovOps approved of the map number of A4, it then was approved out, and then we are dealing now with the Senate information, which the A1 map has a wider deviation to the selected districts. It does not maintain the contiguous boundaries. It splits counties, and it also splits up and has several split MCDs. What's also interesting of note in comparison between map number A4 and map number A1 is that Minneapolis does not have any districts completely contained within city boundaries. Just thought I'd bring that up for your attention. So in that vein, and with regard to just making sure that we provide for local control and for the opportunities that they have to self-discipline themselves about the business that they are pertaining to in their municipalities and counties, I would strongly urge you to approve the amendment.
The member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not sure if this is a point of parliamentary inquiry. We have a couple of maps here with no name on them. I don't know if these are from Representative Nelson or Albright or staff. If whoever is handing these out could let us know, I would appreciate it.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Madam Chair, the maps are from me. The 1A map is the current language that's in the bill. There's supposed to be a number 4 map going around that matches the amendment. And Madam Chair, the 1A map, one thing that Representative Albright misspoke on is the 1A map. Yes, it does have one non-contiguous area that's down by Prior Lake, and it happens to be the township that Mr. Albright lives in, Representative Albright lives in. And if you go online, I forwarded everybody the link to the maps. If you go online around Prior Lake, there is a part of Spring Lake Township that is totally surrounded by Prior Lake. And when they drew the map, they kept the township, 2 halves of the township together, and that's why the non-contiguous part of that city there is there in Scott County. The other thing is, in the 1A map, there are no cities divided. All cities and townships are together. The number 4 map that is in the amendment divides Inver Grove Heights in half, and they're in District 14 and District 15. So they'd be represented by 2 different Met Council members. And members, I suggest, like I said, the governor has strongly urged us to adopt the 1A map. If the amendment goes on, we will go to conference, and it'll probably come back that way anyway, or it'll get vetoed by the governor, and we do need to get this passed this year.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield for a question?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Nelson, you've mentioned several times that your purpose for bringing forward this Senate file was because the governor is going to veto the other map. And I'm wondering if you could enlighten us as to why he is going to veto this map.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the phone call that I got from his chief Chief of Staff was that this was the map that he wanted, that it aligns the districts. The districts don't change the least. There were some couple areas where are below what was the recommended variance in population, but they were the fastest growing areas of the metro area, and then in a very short time they're going to be at or above that level anyway. So that is why he prefers this map.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, I'm going to speak in favor of the Albright Amendment for a few reasons. The first reason is that I'm really frustrated with the process on this bill. We heard this bill in committee, and Representative Nelson, with all due respect, you brought this to committee and you said that we went back and listened to it. You've got several places where you said you didn't really care if it was A1 or A4. Representative Hansen presented the A4 map. Several members, I think Representative Freiberg, I think maybe a couple members on our side spoke in favor of the A4 map. And because of that, because everybody seemed to be in agreement, we didn't ask a lot of additional questions, because it seemed it was pretty clear the preference of the committee. It left committee, and then all of a sudden it went to rules, and we showed up with the A1 map, the Met Council map, the incumbent protection map. And the reason it was frustrating there was because when we heard it on the floor, we tried to get it sent back to government operations. The minority leader didn't want it to go back to government operations to appear in the committee process. Instead, we sent it to rules. We brought it to rules, and Representative Nelson, you agreed to take off the A1 amendment in the Rules Committee. But then after that, because of that, Majority Leader Murphy wouldn't allow us to ask questions to the Met Council or the LCC, saying that, well, that's not in front of us, so we can't ask questions. So we couldn't really bring it back to government operations and ask more questions of the LCC or of the Met Council or of the governor's office as to why it was important. We couldn't ask questions in rules. I tried. We said, nope, we can only ask questions on the bill before us. Even after Chair Nelson, even after I asked if it was your intention to bring it back, and you said you're thinking about it, couldn't ask questions in rules. So now we didn't have a time to properly vet this in committee. And I think had someone presented, or Representative Nelson, had you moved this map in committee in government operations, we would have had more opportunity to ask questions. We could have perhaps brought someone else from the governor's office to explain to us why, other than just to protect the people he's got in office, or whatever reason it is that he wants us to have the A1 map, he could have explained that to us. Another reason that I support the A4 map, the Albright Amendment, is because there's quite a bit of deviation in the map. There's one district that's 6% lower, another that's 5.33% higher, so there's an 11% spread. And when we do redistricting, and I'm sure Representative Anderson will talk about that later about deviation, 11% is a pretty big deal for deviation. And so overall, members, I think that this was a really disappointing process. It's a process where we brought it to the committee that had jurisdiction over it. We passed it. We passed it virtually unanimous, except for Chair Nelson, who I guess voted no, but was indifferent at the time to the two different bills. And then it went to rules, and we weren't allowed to ask questions. We weren't allowed to ask questions of the Met Council. We weren't allowed to ask additional questions of the LCC to get more in-depth reasons. And so, for those reasons, members, I ask that you support the Albright Amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield to some questions?
He will. Representative Anderson.
Representative Nelson, can you tell me what criteria you used in putting together your maps?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker and members, I've got it here is what the Met Council procedures were before. And this is what we said. This is what we laid down for both the Met Council, provided the one map and the LCC that provided the other two maps is that standard deviation from the districts from an average plus or minus 3%, and I know we're above that deviation. The minimize the splitting of suburban local units of government. And I was earlier asked that in the data it shows, I was asked about what the MCD stands for, and that's the municipal, that's the subdivision of that district. It's the political subdivision. That's I wrote it down here, but I'll get to that in a second. Anyway, but to minimize the splitting of suburban local units of government, and the 1A map does that. Keep as many districts as possible within boundaries of counties, and the 1A map does that better than the 4 map. And it said 2 districts in Minneapolis and 1 in St. Paul should be entirely contained within the city boundaries. Now, they didn't follow that one either because they had to pull in more population. Minneapolis has 2 districts, and that's what this says: 2 districts in Minneapolis and 1 in St. Paul entirely contained within the city boundaries, and minimize district change from current boundaries. And the 1A map, both the 1A map and the 4A map meet that criteria.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, you listed to me 2 criteria: deviation and minimizing splits. Can you tell me in what order you rank those that criteria?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker and Representative Anderson, I didn't rank them in any of these. There are 5 criteria that they had that they have followed in the past, and they tried to follow as best they could this time.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, you gave me 2 items for criteria. What are the other 3?
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, like I said, the first time it's deviation of percentage, minimize the splitting of suburban and local units of government, keep as many districts as number 3 and number 3 as possible within the boundaries of counties. 2 districts in Minneapolis and 1 in St. Paul should be entirely contained within the city boundaries, and minimize the district change from the current districts. Those were the 5 criteria.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Nelson, a couple of things that I have that I'd like to point out to the body. And typically when we do the redistricting maps, we actually give greater detailed maps to members on the House floor than what we have here in the packet that you handed out, because it's a little difficult to see the differences between the 2 plans that are proposed here today. But I had a chance to talk to our GIS office and ask them to print out the maps. And what I guess my puzzlement is that I have with the 1A plan is that we have a situation where we've got one of the districts, District 11, runs all the way to the very southern border of Maplewood, all the way up to Linwood. It goes beyond the county borders, even though you said that that was one of your criteria. We also have an area where Minneapolis territory is clearly ignored, and rather than making it a more compact district, which you said was one of your criteria, instead it takes a portion of Minneapolis and then it dips into Robbinsdale. Again, clearly a violation of the criteria that you said that you set forth. I also have the concern as far as minimizing splits, but also trying to keep districts together in a way that makes sense. And I think what we have here today, as Representative Albright has clearly pointed out, a situation where you have had non-contiguous territory, which would have been easily corrected had you grabbed the territory that was adjacent to it, making it connected. And in the rule of thumb when it comes to redistricting, non-contiguous territory is considered gerrymandering. You have that from Chief Senate Counsel Peter Watson, who is considered a national expert on the issue of redistricting. He happened to work for the legislature as well as the governor's office on the issue of redistricting, and I heard many lectures from him about how having non-contiguous territory is probably one of the biggest no-nos that you can have. And I'm just wondering, in your plan making, did you ever consider where incumbents live? Was that part of your criteria?
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker and Representative Anderson, actually, I went out of my way when Senator Wickland and I first met with the Met Council and met with the GIS people, and to start the process, the Met Council tried to give me a map that showed me where the people lived, and I purposely said I don't want to see it. And when Senator Wickland agreed, we didn't want to see it. We didn't want to know who was living where. We didn't want to have that influencing us as to when the maps were drawn. As to the non-contiguous area that you're talking about down by Prior Lake, again, that's on the Met Council map, and when they drew the map, they wanted to keep the whole part of Spring Park Township together, and it just happens that Prior Lake completely surrounds that one little 2-block, I think it is by 6-block area, maybe a little bit bigger than that, area Spring Park. And if you look on the map that you're handed, that's the little squiggle. And if the last time this was brought up on the floor is when it was being sent to rules, I forwarded everybody, and I did it again today, the link to the map online that you can do and blow up. It's hard to show some of these small little areas on a map this size. These are the maps we were given, but if you go online, you can see where the maps are, where the lines are drawn, and like I said, that's where it shows that little non-contiguous area there. But it's Spring Park was Spring Park Township is with Spring Park Township. It just happens to be surrounded by Prior Lake, and if you'd drawn a little piece of Prior Lake into there, then you would have been splitting Prior Lake up. But that's the maps that when we were given the maps, we didn't move the lines on the maps. We gave them the Met Council had their GIS people draw the maps and lay them out and handed them to the LCC, and the LCC drew the other 2 maps, and that's where we got the maps from.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, you've been careful to say that the Met Council drew these maps. Can you tell me what is their criteria for the maps?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker and members, the Met Council drew the 1A map. The number 3 map and the number 4 map came from the LCC. The Met Council gave their map to the LCC, and the LCC is the one that put them in the format you see today.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, what was the criteria used by the Met Council in drawing the maps?
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's the same criteria. In fact, the criteria that they gave that we used is what was used 10 years ago when they redrew the districts back then.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, earlier you stated that the Met Council wanted to show you a map containing the addresses of the incumbents of the Met Council. So obviously, incumbents was a priority for them in drawing the maps. Otherwise, they would not have put them on the maps in the first place. So I guess I'm concerned about that. And I'm just curious, Representative Nelson, the governor on every redistricting plan that has left this body says that every single redistricting plan that leaves this body has to have broad bipartisan support. Have you gotten a commitment from the governor that he is looking for broad bipartisan support again on this bill?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker and members, and Representative Anderson, he has not said that to me, and I have not heard him make that commitment on this map. And Representative Anderson, before when you spoke about District 11, if you look on the existing District 11, the only difference between the existing District 11 on the map, if you're looking on your map, Linwood Township to the north was added to it. Otherwise, it's exactly the same as the old Linwood, District 11.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, getting back to Spring Lake, have you actually taken a look at the map and where the population is on the map? And let me just help you out. And unfortunately, I can't do any placards. That's against the rules. I can't hold up the maps to show you, but if members are interested in looking at the maps, I have much more detailed maps here. But you can actually look at maps and you can see where the population is for each census block. So it tells you when you select this little census block, it tells you how many people live there. And when you're looking at the territory, all it would take for this map to connect and make this contiguous territory is by connecting 2 people. You would just be adding 2 people to make this map whole and compact and having all the districts being contiguous. I have grave concerns that we are going to go down the path of advocating whether it's redistricting for Met Council or whether it's redistricting for our state as a whole, both on congressional districts and on our legislative districts, that by passing this bill as written today into law, we now as a state are saying it's okay to have non-contiguous territory, something that defies all redistricting principles across the nation of what not to do. Members, I strongly, strongly encourage you to support Representative Albright's amendment here today. The committee had it right. The plan should be as drafted by our GIS office that has compact plans, that makes sure all the territory is contiguous, that respects the criteria that the committee obviously set forth, not considering incumbency, having less deviation. And that's something else. You know, Representative Pepin highlighted this a little bit. In the state, in the legislature, when we draw our maps, we're drawing districts of much greater size. We're talking over 39,000 people for your legislative districts. And we have typically followed a guideline of having a deviation of plus or minus 2%. And on these Met Council districts, we're talking of a geographic area that is much less challenging to get down in deviation, but yet we are saying that we're going to have a deviation of over 11%. 11%, folks. That's how large that we're talking about. How is that fair to the people? Are we truly doing them justice when we're saying this non-elected body, by the way, is going to have a deviation of over 11%? We have a plan that has been offered, that has been supported by the committee, passed out a committee with bipartisan support, mind you, at a deviation of less than that. But today on the floor, we're going to say, no, let's go with this other plan that obviously went beyond what the committee laid out for criteria. Beyond deviation, non-contiguous territory, and considering incumbency as a reason for plans to be drafted. Members, I strongly encourage you to support Representative Albright's amendment if we are truly going to have a bill that has broad bipartisan support, as committed to by the governor multiple times, that any redistricting bill has to have broad bipartisan support. Please vote green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Just request a roll call.
Representative Nelson requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Nelson, I rise to support Representative Albright's amendment. Particularly, I was going to speak parochially first, but let me just speak about generally the lay of the land. And I'm a map guy, you know, Representative Nelson, being an airplane guy and all. The number 4 map, I can see why your committee chose that. It looks, just on first glance, like a better map. Doesn't have quite the division, although some places are. But particularly now, if I can just speak about my own turf, Representative Nelson. The business of splitting Scott County in particular is problematic for us. And the number 4 map actually keeps our neighbors in the southeastern part of the county in with Scott County, keeps the map almost identical for Scott and Carver County as it has been for actually nearly the last 20 years. Mr. Representative Nelson, perhaps if Madam Chair, if Representative Nelson would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Beard.
Representative Nelson? Okay. I'm looking at the map here and how it's divided. Is there... boy, I'm at a loss as to how to frame the question, but you mentioned that you had to take the Senate language because the governor indicated he would veto the bill if we send him back a House version, the one that the committee's actually passed, that had Scott and Carver contiguous, like it is in map number 4. Is that correct? Is that our assumption we're working with?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker and Representative Beard, the governor's office has expressed strong preference for the 1A map, which is the Senate language.
Representative Beard.
And if Representative Nelson would yield to a follow-up question.
He will yield. Representative Beard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, then, and you expressed concern that we had to get this done yet this year. Can you describe to us what might happen if we don't get it done this year, if he nixes the bill and we adjourn without having this done?
Representative Nelson.
Well, Madam Speaker and members, the current statute states that we have to do, it is our duty to do this in the 03 year.
Representative Beard.
Well, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker, Representative Nelson, what I'm looking for is if we don't do this, does that mean the operations of the Metropolitan Council come grinding to a halt? Because if that's the case, I'm thinking we could probably get 100 green votes on this amendment, and I would encourage the support of amendment number 4, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertaus.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, Representative Albright, Representative Anderson. We've had a lot of discussion about the Metropolitan Council, such a popular organization, especially among cities and towns. I think we could solve all of this and just simply give local control back to the people and abolish it.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All of the talk that Representative Anderson made me very concerned. And Representative Anderson, I wonder if you'd yield.
She will. Representative Earhart.
You're creating a huge counting problem here, and I'm concerned about how many FTEs we'd have to hire to count to the people that are not in the proper jurisdiction. Do you have any idea of the expense that we're going to undertake if we adopt the amendment?
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Earhart, I'm glad you asked that question. You know, the other day in Rules Committee, you and I had a conversation about the Edina area in particular for redistricting and the fact that that home for seniors was split in half, where your neighbor across the hall was in one legislative district that different from what you're in. And you know what's interesting about that is we actually had a bill last year to fix that. It was the same language that you actually offered, I believe, on the floor. And it made me wonder, why is it that last year that was vetoed and said that it was a bad precedence, but this year it's okay? I'm just wondering if you can help me out with that, Representative Earhart.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure why that was vetoed, but I know when I passed the bill in 2002, we didn't have any problem with it. So I got to suggest that maybe in 2012 there were some problems with whoever was handling the committee that put that bill forth. I don't know who that was. I wasn't here.
Representative Anderson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Earhart, I can help you out with that a little bit. It was fixed just like it was in 2002. And you know what? There's a lot of members over on that side of the aisle that voted for it in 2002 but didn't vote for it in 2011 and 12. So in 2012. So it's just kind of interesting. If you ever figure that out, I would love to know, because hopefully your bill is successful, given the governor's veto letter from last year, that hopefully you're able to persuade him to sign on to it this year.
Representative Earhart.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. That isn't as much of a concern. I think we can probably get that straightened out with the governor, but what really concerns me is the number of people, the FTEs that we're adding to this whole process to try and get this straightened out. And I don't think we can, I mean, this is a budget buster as far as I can see.
Representative Anderson, no. The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is one of your greater Minnesota friends again. I don't have a horse in this race, but I do have a policy concern about this. The Government Operations Committee heard this. Government Operations Committee debated this. There was nobody from the governor's office there saying, hey, we have an alternate view and talking about this, but we sure did hear from folks about Map 4 that's in Representative Albright's amendment today. And if you believe that anything at all in process Here's what I suggest that we do. We go ahead and vote the Albright amendment. We let it go to conference committee and let the conferees work it out. That's how it works around this place. I'd ask the members of the Government Operations Committee as well to preserve the integrity of the process, respect your time, the time of others who came and said, let's go ahead, let's talk about this, let's debate. And as Representative Nelson, the chair of the committee, said, well, I really didn't vote yes or no on it, but the entire rest of the committee on a voice vote said, let's go with it. Representative Anderson has brought up, I think, some very good points here about deviations. We've also heard from Representative Pepin, and those deviations, by the way, before I leave that topic with Representative Anderson, is the population distribution, the variances. This is appropriation. This has to do with the 2010 census and how many folks are going to be in districts. Representative Pepin asked the question, well, how many folks are going to be, how many open seats are there going to be? And miraculously, under the 1A, there aren't any open seats. Everybody gets to stay right where they're at. Members, I think that for the process, we need to go ahead and we need to support that. And Madam Speaker, I'd ask if Chair Nelson would yield to a question.
He will. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Nelson, you've commented a number of times that I'm always about process and policy, and I'd ask that you support process and policy on this and endorse the Albright amendment so it can go to conference committee so that the House and the Senate can sit across the table and work out what's the best plan. Maybe it's a hybrid of this plan. But the GIS office, who's a nonpartisan office, put on the table and said, here is a good map. Keeps within the boundaries and the distributions of population. Again, I don't have a horse in this race, but I'm a Minnesotan and I was sent here. And if I can contribute anything to this, it's to help keep the process on track so we don't go off the rails. Representative Nelson, would you support the Albright amendment purely and simply on respecting process and the work that your committee did?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, we are following the process of our bodies. When a bill gets first passed to the other body, it gets sent over here, and the language by motion on this floor wasn't a motion I made, but a motion on the floor, the Senate language was substituted in. In effect, what they're doing here with the Albright language, with the Albright amendment, is inserting the House language back into the bill. I'm saying that to get the process done, that instead of taking the extra step and going to conference committee and fighting it out there and coming back with the same result, is just accept the Senate language and pass the bill the way it is. And that's what the bill is in front of us. And I do not support, as of for now, do not support the Albright amendment.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, if you don't support the Representative Nelson, if you don't support the Albright amendment right now, would you ever support a fair distribution that's drafted by a nonpartisan organization? So I know that there are members within the 7-county metro area. Some of them have come to me and said, because of policy, because of process, on both sides of the aisle, help us plead our case. And that's what I'm trying to do here for process and policy, because this is going to be overlaid in the state of Minnesota, in the 7-county metro area, for the next 10 years. Not something we can come back next year and modify and change. Members, this is a pretty big deal. Last year we had to deal with reapportionment for legislative districts. That went to the judges. They were the ones who got to make the decision. On something like this, I would hope that this body would at least pay the respect to itself of sending this to conference committee with the map that this body, in its committee process, where work needs to be done in this body is in the committees, would go ahead and support the Albright amendment. Someone who, by the way, has a horse in this race because he is a part of the 7-county metro area. Members, I strongly encourage you to vote yes on the Albright amendment for process, which I know is extremely important to everybody in this chamber. Thank you.
The member from Carver, Representative Leidinger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I stand in support of the Albright amendment. And Representative Nelson, I don't believe, well, I know this was not heard in the State Government Finance Committee. If I'm not mistaken, the only committee that it was heard was in operations. And I'm sure there's a fiscal note on this, I suspect, and there's dollars involved in this. The other thing is I know that this also affects the airport commissions and how it is drawn. So, I think Representative Driscoll came up with a very good plan. This is something that we should take on. We should pass this amendment. I think this will pass off the floor, and let's get it to the conference committee.
To the Albright amendment, Representative Albright.
Well, members, my only imparting finishing comments on this, if you take a look at map 1A and map 4, as they've been presented by Representative Nelson, it's clear to me that from a standpoint of the contiguousness, as Representative Anderson has shown, when it comes to Scott County, we have representation from a number of areas, whether they be townships, whether they be municipalities, that is going to be split between Metropolitan Council districts. From a standpoint of planning, from a standpoint of communication, from a standpoint of just getting things done. Think about that for your own districts in the 7-county metro area and how many additional people you might want to have to deal with in order to get things done. This is more than anything about making sure that local control stays there and that the people that are working between the township districts, between the watershed districts, between the county and their efforts on behalf of the citizens that live in their counties is going to be maintained on the efforts that have been long-standing and in the past going into the future. All we're asking is that the cleanness, the transparency, and the straightforwardness, and thank you, Representative Anderson, for articulating that so well in terms of making sure that there is fair representation and that we are representing our people in the best efforts for the next 10 years, and I encourage a green vote on the amendment. I believe there is a roll call at the desk. Thank you, members. Encourage a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1564.
Third reading. Discussion. Seeing no discussion. Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, I'm disappointed. I think that from the standpoint of Representatives Myhra and Woodard and Albright and Beard and others, in terms of taking care of business in Scott County, it's going to be that much harder to coordinate the activities for the hearts and minds of the people in that county that just want to get things done on a best case and best efforts basis. Members, if you took a look at the A4 map, we're not talking about that any longer, but we're talking about process here. The question is the process. We could have sent this to conference committee. I'm not trying to cry in my beer here, but it's very disappointing. I will not support this going forward. The House file that was passed out of the GovOps committee made it pretty plain and pretty clear in terms of the efforts that were going to affect positively to the best efforts of the people in Scott County in particular, despite the squiggly lines that supported the A1. The A4 made all the sense in the world, but that was rejected. So I am encouraging a red vote on concurrence.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill.
Madam Speaker,
I'm sorry, Representative Pepin. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, I'm asking you to vote red for a number of reasons. First of all, the process was deplorable. This passed virtually unanimously in committee, and the only perceptible no was the author, who talked about, and he said directly in committee, I guess I could accept either one of those, but that's up to the committee. The committee spoke. The committee bipartisanly selected MAP 4. The LCC testified in committee. The LCC being the nonpartisan, the non-political party in this, and they had some very clear criteria they used, including a population deviation within or minus 3%, minimizing splits of local units of government, keeping as many districts within county boundaries, and all districts contained within city boundaries. But that's not what this map is with A1, with the Met Council map. The Met Council testified that, quote, all MAC appointees and Met Council appointees still fall within current districts, and that's clearly the purpose of the A1 map, to make sure that all current appointees still fall within the redistricting. This map that we have in front of us, it's not broadly bipartisan, it's not contiguous, it has an 11% deviation far outside of what we should be looking at. The criteria for the other map was 3%, far above what it should be. And really, it looks to me like it's just a gerrymandering protection of the folks that currently sit on the Met Council. I am very disappointed. I'm very disappointed with the fact that we're not going with the committee process. I'm disappointed with the fact that when this came to rules, we're not allowed to ask additional questions to either the LCC or the Met Council, because that bill wasn't in front of us, even though everyone in the room knew that once we got here, we're going to hear the other map. This is really disappointing. This was an opportunity where we had a lot of bipartisan support. This hurts Republican members. This hurts a few Democrat members as well, and it does not follow the type of criteria that we should be looking at, as Representative Anderson talked about. Highly disappointing. For process purpose, I think we should reject this and start over again.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Madam Speaker, I believe Representative Quam is standing before us. I'd just like to get on the list if I could.
Representative Quam.
Madam Speaker, as long as I'm recognized, I'll let you do the order that you... but I have a question for the author of the bill, if he would yield. I'm trying to understand the process.
He looks like he will yield. He will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative, my understanding is that this bill went through the normal process in the GovOps committee. Debate was posted, all the normal rules. It went to the Committee on Rules and Administration and was amended. It was changed there. Was there the normal notification of that committee meeting so the public could speak up? Were there normal notification of any amendments since it was amended? I'm confused because I thought that committee was mainly for coordinating and scheduling and not for, changing, editing, and debating the bill.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Quam, in committee, as I was stated here earlier, I voted no on the MAP 4, but that came out of committee. I had an amendment. It went through the normal process, the normal notification process, amendments that were posted within the 24-hour rule that the committee has, and people were there to talk in the committee process. The Met Council came forward and they spoke for the governor, because the Met Council is appointed by the governor, and they were carrying the governor's water there, and that's the Met Council map. They were there to speak in the Rules Committee. Other people were there to speak, but they weren't allowed to speak, I believe. I don't know all that, but anyway, it went through the normal procedures. And the normal procedures, the amendment was posted, and because of protests, the amendment was taken off. And I'm not a member of that committee, so I didn't make those motions. I was the bill author. Somebody on the committee made the motion for the amendment, and then the bill came to the floor. Again, during the process, the Senate passed their bill first, and is normal process. The Senate bill came over because their bill was passed first. Their bill took precedent. It was substituted for our bill, and that's where we are today. We're taking up the Senate bill.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if the one final question for the author of the bill, and that question is, you're fairly close to the chair of the Government Operations Committee, being the same person. Could you not have requested as the chair of the committee to bring it back and in its appropriate forum hold that public discussion and work on that amendment? Because frankly, that is the best, most appropriate place to do it, not the Rules Committee. And did you ever stop and ask yourself, will you request this bill come back to your committee?
Would you like him to yield?
Madam Chair, I thought I asked if he would yield for an additional question.
He will. Representative Nelson.
As the author of the bill, no, I did not.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know that I debate amongst things in my own head, and frankly, if I don't understand why, since you were the author of the bill and the chair of the committee, that you didn't take that prerogative to give your bill the appropriate venue for covering that. So I guess I'm still confused, and I will have to vote no on this bill.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will keep my comments short. Y'all heard from me earlier on this, but I do want to say this. We do have the ability, even after the deadline, to bring committees back together. Why, just this past Wednesday, I had the opportunity to be in the Labor Regulated Industries and Workplace Committee, where we were talking about some pretty important stuff. That was ratifying of some contracts and getting folks paid around here in the state of Minnesota. But here we're talking about something that's a 10-year commitment, and we can't even bring it back to the Government Operations Committee and hear why this map might be better than the one that the committee, with the exception of the chair who said, yeah, I could go either way on it, gave their endorsement on it. I just think this speaks poorly of the process, and there's no children that are in the chamber right now because they're all heading home. But I want them to understand what's going on here. This goes back to what your mom and dad and your teacher said. Do as I say, not as I do. Thank you.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Nelson.
Well, thank you, members. We've had a good discussion here. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 57 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 683. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 683, the second engrossment, an act relating to water.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this bill is to reestablish the Legislative Water Commission to study water and make recommendations. It's a commission that would be made up of 12 legislators, 6 from the House, 6 from the Senate, and it would have a dead even 3-3 minority majority split. It has a sunset on it that would expire on July 1st of 2018. The main reason that I started bringing this forward is as I was doing a lot of work on White Bear Lake, the lake that's gone down by 25%, I was finding that a lot of the policy and recommendations that we were looking at got to be very complex, starting with just trying to address the issue of water permitting and water conservation issues. And as I started diving in, I found out that there were a lot of people on both sides of the aisles who wanted to spend more time working on this. It was not something that we could come up with some good resolutions in our regular session. And as I was hearing the expressions, I was hearing more people telling me, you need to be doing more work of this in the off session and in a bipartisan way. I also had a number of groups that I was working with on the issue, and they expressed the same thing to me. And then I started looking at a number of recommendations and studies that have been out there. And some of the studies that we've had commissioned by the legislature that have come back to us have come back addressing a number of things. One of them, they're saying right now that one of the problems that we have when we deal with water issues is that the only time we really show concern about them and pay attention is during a time of crisis. Right now, we are in one of those times of crisis. One of the things that the groups and a number of the studies came back on is saying that one of the things that we need is to reestablish the Legislative Water Commission, because it provided an opportunity to provide continuity on coverage of issues and development of expertise within the legislature on water resource and problems. A report in 2011 said that one of the problems by not having the commission anymore was that agencies no longer had one body with whom they could discuss needs, status, and trends, emergency issues, and proposed programs, nor was it the opportunity for the legislature to provide feedback to agencies on water issues in a single forum. Another recommendation that came out was a recommendation to reestablish the Legislative Water Commission to provide a forum to consider implications of proposed legislation in addressing water sustainability. And that's a lot of what this is our water sustainability issues that we have, that we've seen across the state, need a wider, broader discussion than we're able to do in our current forum. And with that, I will set aside for amendments.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moving to amend House File 683, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this bill goes forward, I feel it's very important that we address issues all around the state of Minnesota. So this amendment would require that if the Legislative Water Commission is established, that if it meets at any time other than in session, that it would be required that the meetings of the Water Commission be held outside of the 11-county metro area. After all, most of the water in the state of Minnesota is outside of the metropolitan area, and I feel it's very important that legislators get out and about in the state. If they're going to serve on a commission like this, they need to see issues all across the state, not just here in the metro. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fischer moving to amend the Torkelson amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 101.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, first of all, Representative Torkelson, I very much appreciate your recommendations on how to make this a better bill. And I do appreciate the fact that we need to be having meetings, and I would say not just in the outstate 11-county area, but throughout the state. And that's why I have the amendment here saying that it should be May. And part of the reason I'm doing that is because the 11-county area is a very large area. We've got counties of Sherburne and Isanti in there that are outside of the regular metropolitan area. And I think that if we had originally been focusing on meetings being held in just the metropolitan area, I would suggest we want to make sure to move them around. But the 11-county area represents over 60% of the population in the state. And I would want to make sure that we are moving throughout, making sure that we have feedback throughout the entire state, and we have our meetings available in not just the outside areas, but also within the 11-county metro area. And for that, I would ask for a green vote.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Fischer, your amendment completely guts the idea of my original amendment by changing must into may, and by doing inside and outside. You're really removing any restrictions whatsoever on where this council might meet. You know, if you had split the meeting somehow, I might be more receptive, but because your amendment completely guts the idea of my amendment, I will withdraw the A8 amendment, Madam Speaker.
Representative Torkelson, would you repeat what you just said?
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry you were distracted by Representative Kahn, but I withdraw the A8 amendment, Madam Speaker.
Representative Torkelson withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moving to amend House File 683 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A10.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to make sure I have the right amendment in my hand, and I don't. Here it is. As part of this Legislative Water Commission, the bill does recommend that new staff members be hired. When I talk to people about water issues across this state of Minnesota, one of their biggest complaints already is that it's way too complicated. We have too many boards, too many commissions, too many agencies, too much complexity dealing with water issues across the state of Minnesota. This amendment actually just requires that instead of hiring new staff, that we would use existing staff within the state of Minnesota, so that we're not going to spend more money on administration. We have lots of staff here already dealing with LCCMR and Lessard-Sams and other issues. I feel that within the structure of the state, we could already find folks that understand these issue areas and would be able to deal with this administration of this commission, should it be approved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would speak against this amendment and urge a red vote. When I read the report from the Minnesota Water Sustainability Framework, one of the things that they encourage is that when we're staffing and putting this commission together, it was recommending that it should be staffed enduring entity to make sure that we increase the knowledge on water issues. And as I've talked to people, that's one of the important things that we have, is we have good staff dedicated to this so that we can make this a priority and not have it something that is a second-hand type of commission. Thank you. And I would ask for a roll call.
Representative Fischer requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Torkelson.
Well, thanks for the break, Madam Speaker. My voice is getting a little tired. I would urge a green vote on the amendment. If you think that we don't have enough complexity in water governance in this state, and you think that we need more people hired right here in the beautiful state capital, then vote against my amendment. If you believe that things are complex enough already and we have qualified folks that can deal with these issues, vote green.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 51 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moving to amend House File 683 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A11.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my final attempt to do a little repair work on this bill. If we select members that are all from the metro area, this commission is not going to work very well. This amendment would require, Madam Speaker, that at least half the members of the commission must represent areas outside the 11-county metropolitan area. That would give balance to this commission, and it could address the areas of the entire state, not just the metro area. I urge a green vote on the amendment, Madam Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Fischer. I have an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fischer moving to amend the Torkelson amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 100.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd like to make one change on it, and basically what the amendment does is it drops off the last half. One of the concerns I have with the way it divides up is two issues. Number one is says at least half the members should be outside the 11-county metropolitan area. Once again, we've got over 60% of the population that is represented in the metropolitan area. But I do agree that we should have geographic balance, so I would like to just drop the last sentence and keep the first sentence. I would ask for a green vote.
Discussion. Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, once again, you've completely gutted my amendment. All that's left is it said that they must attempt to provide for geographic balance. Attempt to provide for geographic balance. There's no requirement here for geographic balance. While you say certainly, and it's true, that 60% of the population of this state lives in the metropolitan area, certainly you do not have 60% of the water. We need geographic balance if this should go forward. This amendment, now gutted, doesn't do that job. I would like, Madam Speaker, to withdraw the amendment.
Representative Torkelson withdraws his amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 683.
Third reading. Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Fischer yield to a question?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Fischer, was this bill heard in government operations, this exact bill?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Pepin. I had two bills that were tracking this. It was in government ops. It was 1769, and that was heard in government ops on 4/11/13.
Okay.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Fischer, what is the difference between the bill that was actually heard in committee and the bill in front of us with a $180,000 appropriation that was not heard in government operations?
He will yield. Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Pepin. When it first came through, it did not have the appropriation amount that came on in Ways and Means. There was some minor tweaking that may have occurred along the process in terms of cleanup language, but otherwise it's very similar to what was heard in 1769.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very frustrating, the number of times when bills that are somewhat similar but not really the same don't come through the proper committee, and then you don't see them until they come to the floor. So that's very frustrating. I'm wondering if Representative Fischer would continue to yield for questions.
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Fischer, I'm trying to understand. There's 4 separate agencies that deal with water issues. Could you explain to me what water issues the Environmental Quality Board deals with?
Representative Fischer.
Just a second as I'm pulling, Madam Speaker, Representative Pepin, I'm looking through my part. From my understanding, they dealt with some feedlot issues in the past that may have some water quality issues, but that's about the most I know at this point in time. This was a recommendation coming from people I was working with.
Representative Pepin.
Madam Speaker, would Representative Fischer continue to yield?
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Representative Fischer, maybe you could, I couldn't hear you very well, maybe you can repeat that, but then my next question for you would be, what water issues does Bowser deal with?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Pepin. Bowser, from my understanding, deals a lot with the soil and water conservation areas. And as a result, they are dealing with water issues. There's a number of different organizations that have different things that impact on water. And as a result, we're trying to make sure that they have connection through the process to help tie those water issues together.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would Representative Fischer continue to yield?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you. And Representative Fischer, I still didn't hear what the EQB does, but then if you could also let us know what water issues the MPCA and the DNR deals with as well. I'm trying to figure out which different water issues each of these agencies deals with before we vote on this.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Pepin. They all deal with a little bit different issues. I know that the Pollution Control Agency has a tendency of dealing more with the contaminants that will enter into the water, and as a result, they specialize in those areas. DNR has a tendency of dealing more with the way waters are used in terms of appropriating from groundwater for pumping for irrigation, surface water control. They also deal with a lot of the water resource issues around managing fish and those type of things, invasive aquatic species. I'm not an expert on the other groups that were listed on here, but they all have different reaches in because they have different specialties that impact water in different ways.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you. I'm wondering if Representative Winkler would yield to a question.
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Winkler, you carried the bill to sunset the Sunset Commission, to just do away with the Sunset Commission. The Sunset Commission, as you know, also coincidentally had the same date as this, 2018. And one of your main reasons for doing away with the Sunset Commission is that you said the legislature can already do that. We already should be doing that. And what I'm confused about is in this bill, we're apparently making appropriation of $180,000 and having LCC staff do it. And I think the question Representative Torkelson was getting to it was that, is there some reason that we can't do it in the legislature if we can't deal with, if we're able to handle all of the issues that the Sunset Commission we're looking at, how are we able to, or why is it that we can't have, why do we need $180,000 in LCC staff? Why can't the regular legislative process work? I saw that you voted red on the earlier amendment, that you didn't want to just, use the staff that we already have. But so that to me shows that you're in favor of this, and I'm wondering why it is that you believe this is different than in that situation.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Representative Pepin. If you would remember our discussion about the Sunset Commission, we emphasized that in order to actually do the work that the Sunset Commission was supposed to be doing, it would require a substantial staff complement in order to perform it and do the thorough, careful review of all the programs, agencies, departments that you wanted reviewed. And we discussed the fact that we already have a legislative auditor who can do much of that program evaluation work. And so we had, as I remembered, a 2-hour discussion at about 10 o'clock at night about this topic in government operations, and that's why in part we decided to sunset the Sunset Commission, because we believed it was duplicative, it would take staff time, and that work could be done with an existing staff at the auditor's office. Now it could be, and I don't know, it could be that the auditor's staff could perform all this water work as well, but it seems to me they're not really cut out for that, and generally speaking our LCC staff is fairly limited. So I'm not really sure that the kind of coordinating of information is exactly the kind of work that the auditor would do, and I don't think we have very many people at the LCC who could do it. And I do think this water issue is very important, so it seems to me that putting some people behind it, if you want to treat it seriously, is the way to do that.
Representative Pepin.
Madam Speaker, Representative Winkler continue to yield?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Winkler, I'm wondering why the Environmental Committee couldn't deal with this one little issue. It's just water quality. I understand there are a lot of water issues, but it's one topic, and I distinctly remember in committee, and I think Representative Murphy, maybe she wants to jump in on this, or Representative Kahn, but one of the reasons we didn't want to have the Sunset Committee is because the legislature can just do that work. But now, when we have this one issue of water quality, the legislature can't do, apparently, the Environment Committee can't do the work, and we've got to spend $180,000, which was much more than the appropriation that was ever given to the Sunset Committee, and I'm wondering why it is that you believe that the Environmental Committee couldn't handle this issue.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Pepin, I think, first of all, that studying water, water usage, and water supply, particularly with the example of White Bear Lake, is more important than studying government agencies. So I would support the funding for that anyway, because I think it's a better use of money. And second of all, the issue with an Environment Committee studying this complicated hydrology issue is that we are a part-time legislature. We pass bills, we review agencies, we do oversight, but what we're talking about here is not oversight of an agency or a review of whether or not its functions are working correctly. It's a complicated issue involving many moving parts, and I'm not an expert on them, but it is far more than reviewing whether or not the minority councils are doing their job well. That's the kind of job that we are well suited to do at the legislature. We are not particularly well suited at being a group of experts on a multifaceted and important issue like water availability in the Twin Cities.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Winkler. You know, this is a fascinating topic to me. I cannot believe the priority, and I'm done asking you questions, Representative Winkler. I appreciate that. I just think that this is so ironic. The priorities we've placed in this place. We did away with the Sunset Commission because the complement wasn't big enough. We gave an appropriation. I can't remember what it was, but it was well under $180,000. And instead, in the state government bill, we did things like spend money on a bust of Nellie Stone Johnson. And now we're spending $180,000 for additional staff, also the LCC, which would have been the organization that we should have hired staff for, but we never did because we couldn't get the other side to sign off on properly staffing the Sunset Commission. But now we're spending $180,000 to hire another staff person for the LCC to study water issues when we've got the EQB, Bowser, MPCA, and the DNR. All four of them deal with water issues. Representative Fischer talked about Bowser and talked about soil and water, and DNR dealing with groundwater and things like that. He wasn't real clear about the other two and what they did. So apparently what we're doing, instead of looking at streamlining, duplication, and doing our job to make sure that we're using the taxpayer dollars in the best way possible, instead of looking at these four areas and asking the question, why do we have four different agencies all dealing with water issues? Why can't we streamline that? Why can't we at least figure out what each of them do?
We got a third reading.
Instead of doing that, what are we doing? We're creating yet more government, spending more dollars, $180,000. Probably doesn't seem like a lot to some of you, and I mean, after all, we did pass almost $3 billion in tax increases and fees, but $180,000 is a lot of taxpayer money. And so what we're doing is we're taking four different agencies all dealing with water issues, and instead of trying to streamline that and to have one agency look at all water issues and find ways to do that, instead of doing that, members, in our infinite wisdom, we're voting here today. If you vote for this, it'll be really interesting, those of you who voted to get rid of the Sunset Commission that actually dealt with streamlining and duplication and couldn't find in your heart somehow to find the dollars to fund a really important initiative. But now we're going to spend $180,000 to spend more money for the LCC, to have a legislative commission to look at water issues of the four agencies. So now we've got five government groups looking at water issues. So I guess maybe next year, if you're still here, or 2 years if you're still in control, maybe we can have another commission that we can build, and we can look at the four different agencies, and then what this commission does, we can study all of those and then come up with another agency, grow another one, and then they can compare the two different sides and see what we come up with, or I should say the five different sides. Representative Fischer, would you yield to another question?
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, could you explain what the $180,000 appropriation is for?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Pepin. The $180,000 comes down to member meeting participation cost of approximately $16,000, staff compensation for 1.5 FTE for about $146,000, office build out of $12,000, operational office space for $9,000, and that's approximately where everything is spent at this point in time.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Fischer, would you yield to another question?
He will. Representative Pepin.
I don't have the fiscal loan in front of me. I think you said $9,000 for office space, and did you? There's 12 legislative members. Will they be getting per diem as well for their time?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Pepin. Yes, that's member meeting participation cost.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you. Well, I hope all of you are reading this and would consider the consistency of your vote a few weeks ago in the state government bill and your vote today. Because I would find it hard to believe that any of your constituents are going to be happy with you for doing away with the Sunset Commission, which systematically looks at all of these issues and determines if they're streamlined, if they're efficient, if there's duplication. And if you voted to sunset that, and today, now you're going to vote for a bill that looks at 4 different agencies that all deal with water control issues. And instead of trying to streamline them, you're going to spend $180,000, far more than the Sunset Commission cost, $180,000 to look at the 4 different agencies. I can't believe that any of your constituents are going to be happy with your inconsistency on that vote. It's shocking to me, the priorities that are put before us this year. Members, I would strongly encourage a red vote on this.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield?
He will. Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, we had other money connected with this, I believe. Was there some other appropriation that was connected with this bill earlier? Did we take that out somewhere, or what was the issue with that?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hackbarth. There was other provisions that was in this bill that were removed and moved elsewhere, so that caused the cost to change.
Well, Madam Speaker.
Representative Hackbarth.
The author will continue to yield.
He will yield. Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Fischer, where is that money in it, or that other language, and where is that sprinkled? I mean, is that in more than one spot? I know that some of that went into Representative Wagenius's Omnibus finance bill. Is there other language that you took out and put other places? Could you tell us where that is?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hackbarth. All of the language did go on through the legislative process here as an amendment on to Representative Wagenius's Omnibus bill. And everything at that point went over, as did the financial notes. I do know over the 4-year period it ended up being a situation where, if my memory serves me correctly, it ended up having a surplus of revenues.
Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, but could you share with us what actually got put into Representative Wagenius's bill? I mean, if it's in the finance bill, what is the amount of money that was put into Representative Wagenius's bill concerning this legislation?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hackbarth. I cannot remember the exact dollar amount right now. I know that it had to do with the permitting, giving the DNR the options to permit wells in water management areas.
Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I can't get a straight answer here, as you can tell. And Representative Pepin, you can see that it's not just the money that's appropriated in this bill that we're going to be voting on, but there's more money connected with this, sprinkled throughout other legislation, not only money, but also other language that was spread out through other legislation. I just find it very, very odd that we can't be more open about this legislation. Members, we spend hundreds of millions of dollars every biennium on water. And I don't remember if I said it on this House floor, or if it was in Ways and Means, Representative Fischer, or if it was in Environment Committee. But if we are failing the state of Minnesota on managing our waters, this is not the way to do it. We've got people that we employ at the Department of Natural Resources and the Department of Ag and Health and Bowser and other areas that are supposed to be doing this. We don't need some commission somewhere to make these decisions. We've got people that are employed to do this. This is absolutely a travesty that we're doing this. If the legislature, if this is a legislative commission, why aren't we handling this in our committees? That's where this is supposed to take place. We don't need a commission to do this. If people aren't taking care of this within our administration, let's get rid of them and get somebody that can. Fire them. They're making big salaries to do this for us, and we're not doing it correctly. Members, this is absolutely wrong. Please vote this down. Vote no on this. Vote red. And this appropriation, Representative Fischer, is in Representative Wagenius' bill. I have a feeling she's standing. She's going to share with us how much money that is. But we cannot be doing this. We've got people that are supposed to be doing this already, and if they're failing, let's get rid of them and get somebody that can. Please vote no.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Uruso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm strongly in favor of this. I do sit on the Environment Natural Resources Policy Committee, and Representative Torkelson and I sit as non-voting members on the Clean Water Council. I have attended some of the hearings that were in the Environment, Natural Resources, and Ag Finance Committee. I've spent a lot of time in this legislative session listening to water issues, but I don't feel like I know enough. We don't have any hydrologists among us that I know of in the legislature. Water issues are complicated and vital. It's a real nexus of the difficulty of understanding the issues and the critical importance of understanding the issues. Those of you from the rural communities, you already know agriculture depends on water. Those of you with paper mills, you already know that depends on water. Every one of us expects to be able to turn the tap and get water. We all depend on it one way or another. But yet, because of our geology, we have significant parts of the state that are riddled with something called karst geology. There are significant parts of the state where we're one sinkhole away from contaminating a city's water supply. There are places in the metropolitan area where we are getting closer and closer to tapping out our water supply. What we need is to be able to understand those issues in this body. We need people that can take the time to understand those issues in this body so that we can oversee the activities of all of these agencies and make wise decisions about one of the most vital resources we have in our state. And yeah, we might have something come out of it that streamlines that or changes those agencies or something. But before we could even begin to think about doing that, we'd have to understand what the heck we were doing. And so the point of the Legislative Water Commission is to get legislators in the game on these water issues and make sure that we have people that know enough to help us make these decisions. I strongly urge a yes vote on the bill. Thank you.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield, please?
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, I'm, like others, very perplexed at the mere existence of this bill. Can you tell us why we would require in statute that we write into statute law that says that 6 members of the House and 6 members of the Senate have to get together in the form of another commission, a legislative commission, and apparently meet in order to grow a bigger government. I'm assuming, Representative Fischer, that per diems would be offered to this committee too. So it'd be two questions. First of all, why are we requiring this in statute? And then secondly, are we paying per diems to the members of the legislature? They're going to be part of this commission.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Tarkowski. Why am I requiring this in statute? Because one of the things I've learned when I've dealt with the problem past in business is that sometimes you need to talk to people around the area to find out the best way to get your solutions together. And one of the things that I found out is I've talked to people on my side of the aisle, your side of the aisle, lobbyists inside and outside, and people in my local business community, is that we've not done a very good job over the last 10 years of being proactive on our water issues. If we would have been proactive, the state probably would not be being sued right now by a bunch of people up in White Bear Lake because we failed to do our job. This is part of the reason we need to get together so that we can be proactive, because obviously it hasn't happened in the past. And the reason that I'm having put in statute here and having a sunset on it so that we can be conscientious about what we are doing and making sure that we're spending the time on a very complex issue to bring it together. Because in the past we've seen that the DNR has missed the water issues that have impacted White Bear Lake along with the Met Council. The PCA has missed contamination issues. Bowser has also overlooked groundwater issues. And what we need to be taking a look from the legislative side where we can help coordinate and bring it together and make sure we're doing a better job on these issues. And in terms of the per diem question, that is one of the things that I did answer before, that it is part of the member participation cost in the Legislative Water Commission.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Fischer, if you truly believe that the only way that we are going to solve the problems around water within Minnesota is to build bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger government, like your side has been doing with each and every bill that comes through here each and every day, I think Minnesotans would disagree with you. Let me just review, members, just a list, and there's been some of the members that have already talked about some of these. Some of the list of the size of the elements of government that we have already that deal with water issues. The Metropolitan Council. Do you ever hear of that? The Board of Water and Soil Resources. They deal with water issues throughout the state in coordination with two other groups. The watershed districts that we have in many of the counties in the states, and the soil and water conservation districts that occur in almost every county in the state. In addition, we've got the Pollution Control Agency, the Department of Natural Resources, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Health. All of those agencies already deal with water. In addition, we've got the Environmental Quality Board that just last session was about ready to go away because the legislature and the governors and some of the governor's staff even realized at that point in time anyway that it had outlived its usefulness and was no longer necessary. So we are reincarnating that to build it up, to create more government to spend other people's money. And then we have, Representative Fischer, the bill that you brought last time. Another water commission, in addition to this one, that was set to, actually, that sunsetted back in December of last year, had about 3 illegal meetings, and then we set it straight by saying, okay, it was okay that you met, and by the way, you are reauthorized here in Minnesota. Well over a dozen different agencies and commissions and committees that we're aware of. And if we really think that the only answer to us learning more, Representative Russo, about water is to build a bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger government, we've got something else coming. Members, we have a committee in the Minnesota House of Representatives. It's called the Environment and Natural Resources and Agriculture Committee. And members, this committee meets during session and has ability to meet throughout the interim, oftentimes does, around issues that are important to Minnesotans. Interacts with each and every one of these very same agencies that this bill is suggesting that we should deliberately write into statute
a set of meetings for a group of legislators to meet and pay them per diems to come here to develop a bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger government. Representative Fischer, this is the wrong direction. A bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger government does not solve our problems. All it does is complicates them. If there are problems with the current gazillion agencies and commissions that deal with water in Minnesota, maybe we need to do as Representative Hackbar suggested and do a review of them and find out what is not working at this point, refine them, downsize them, improve them, and make them more responsive to the needs of Minnesotans. Members, this bill is just another example of all the things that we are struggling through this week when we should be doing something much, much different. Madam Speaker, wondering if Representative Carlson will yield.
Representative Carlson will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Carlson, didn't mean to interrupt. Curious, Representative Carlson, do we have joint targets yet with the Senate on the $2.7 billion tax increase budget that the Democrats have brought through this session?
Representative Carlson.
Could you repeat the question?
Representative Drazkowski.
I will if the member will yield again, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Carlson, do we have joint budget targets with the Senate yet? At this point in time, a mere 9 days until the end of session.
Representative Carlson.
To my knowledge, they're being worked on probably at this point as we speak.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Carlson yield again?
He will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Carlson, were they being worked on yesterday as well?
Representative Carlson.
Madam Speaker, I can only say that I was not involved in any meetings yesterday. I can't speak for others that may have been involved in the discussions.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Carlson yield again?
Representative Drazkowski, I'm sorry I missed what you said.
Wondering if the member would yield again, Madam Speaker.
Representative Carlson will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Carlson, has there been discussions? Have there been people working, members working on the joint budget targets at any point over the last week to 10 days?
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, yes, there have been discussions, and they'll, I assume, be done relatively soon, but like I say, I have not been involved in any meetings yesterday or today, but that's me. I know that there have been discussions going on periodically, almost on a continuing basis, quite frankly, in the last few days.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Carlson. Well, members, so they're working on it. The leaders in the legislature are working on joint targets. We're 9 days away from the end of session, and we are debating a bill before us that creates yet one more piece of bureaucracy in order to control water. Another effort to spend other people's money when we haven't even figured out how much of other people's money we're going to spend in the budget bills that have already passed through this House. Members, we spent this week so far, let me recap for you, at a point in time at which we should be getting our budget house in order. The only thing that we need to accomplish this session, the main deal, is the budget. And we instead are on the House floor 9 days before the end of session and have over the last week debating bills that don't even need to be here, including this Water Commission that forms a structure for legislators so that they can meet at the Capitol, talk to agencies, and collect per diem. So far this week, we've had a bullying bill on Monday that raises property taxes on Minnesotans by another $52 million.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Liebling, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Speaker, what order of business are we on?
We are on final passage of House File 683, the Fischer bill. Okay. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope we can confine the discussion to that bill.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Liebling, I'll be brief, of course. I think it's on somebody's list. On Tuesday, we had an energy bill that increases the cost of energy for Minnesotans by $1 billion through that energy tax. Wednesday, we had an elections bill that further strains the integrity of our elections in Minnesota. Yesterday, we had a gay marriage bill that the Democrats used to enact their ideology and create confusion and uncertainty for future generations of Minnesotans. Today we have a legacy bill that's going to spend another $538 million of money. We are involved in recreational legislating and recreational spending during a week, members, during which we should be getting the people's business done. But we're not doing it. So I wonder what's in store for us next. And members, Madam Speaker, I know you can't respond, but Madam Speaker, I've got your email update from July 6th of 2005. And members, Madam Speaker said in her email update of 2005 that, first of all, each party should compromise for the common good. Now, I'm not feeling the love, members. I don't know how much compromising's been really done here. I'm not aware of any compromising that has been done by the majority with the minority. But Madam Speaker also suggested that the legislature and the governor should stay at the Capitol all day, every day, until a final budget deal emerges. We're not here tomorrow or Sunday, as far as I understand. Members, in 2005, the budget was of the utmost importance to the Democrats in this chamber, as it should have been. Today, it apparently is not. Members, what has changed since 2005? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Fischer yield for a question?
He will. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, would you please let me know what is the status of this bill in the Senate? Is there a version of this bill? Do you have a companion file on this bill? And what status does it have in the Senate?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, there are companion bills to this in the Senate. I know that in the Senate, I can't remember the number right offhand, Senator Uyghur and Senator Thomasoni are on it. And as seems to happen that I've been observing, they don't seem to be quite as advanced as we are in the House.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would he continue to yield?
He will yield. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, by them not being quite as advanced, does that mean that this bill has not had any movement? Has it passed any committee successfully in the Senate?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, I've not been following it that closely over in the Senate side. I've been talking to my Senator and Senator Thomasoni. I do know that when I've talked to them, they are looking forward to it in a conference committee.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, if you'd yield again. So the purpose today is to pass a House file that does not have a Senate companion that is moved or met deadline or is alive in the Senate, and to stick this provision in an appropriate conference committee. Is that correct?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you repeat the question again, please, Representative?
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, my question is, how is this bill that we're working on right now going to become law this session? In other words, is the purpose then, it sounds like you said it's not advanced. My research shows that this bill has not passed a single committee in the Senate, that it has no opportunity to pass or be used this session in the Senate. And so my question is, how does your piece of legislation to become law? Is it your intent that this bill will be used, passed off the House floor, and used to be placed in an appropriate conference committee this session?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, from my understanding right now, I'm carrying the water in this water bill, and they're waiting to follow our lead on it. I am not 100% how the Senate is taking a look. It might be one of those things. I've seen that bills move very quickly sometimes when certain things get done on one side. So that's what I'm waiting to see what is going to happen there. But I do understand that there will be movement on this.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Fischer, I don't doubt your sincerity, your intent on this issue. I think your intentions are good. I won't get into the bigger policy discussions that some of my colleagues on this side of the aisle have gotten into. But members, this is very frustrating. It's very frustrating that on our today is the 9th day of legislative days that we have left. We have 8 days after today. And we, in a sense, are spending time, legislative resources and hours on a bill that has not moved in the Senate. A bill that we had to waive rules to, Rule 2.03. This bill didn't even meet deadlines in the House. And now we have a bill that's in the House, on the House floor, without a Senate companion that's alive, that hasn't moved through a single committee, is still in possession of the Senate Environment Committee. And we still don't have budget targets, according to Representative Carlson. And the governor's gone fishing. The governor's gone for the weekend. We don't have budget targets. We don't have a global budget agreement. We have 8 days left.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Liebling.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, under Mason Section 101, the debate is limited to the question before the House. I think the question before the House is House File 683. We're on final passage of that bill, and I'm hearing all kinds of discussion of things that do not pertain to that bill, so I would ask that my point of order be well taken.
Representative Liebling, I'm going to defer ruling on the point of order. Members, please, to the best of your ability, confine your remarks to the passage of House File 683, which is the order of the business before the House. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Liebling. And the point of my comments are this. When we have 8 legislative days after today, we should not be spending time on the House floor on a bill, working our way towards passage, that has no possibility of becoming law unless we're sticking it in a conference committee in the last few days of session, when there's been no movement, no discussion, and we've heard from Representative Winkler, we heard from Representative Yarusso, we heard from members on this side of the aisle how complicated this issue was. Members, let's get back to the important things that we're supposed to be doing, which is going through this budget line by line to eliminate waste, to serve the hardworking taxpayers of this state. Please vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I look over on the other side of the aisle and would like to observe that you have now proved the point of why we need a legislative commission on water. I look at Representative Hackbarth's area, and the Mount Simon Hinckley aquifer disappears, and there are water problems up in his area. I look in Representative Pepin's area, and I believe she's on the I-94 corridor. That is an area under stress because of a lack of groundwater because the aquifer, the big aquifer that's under the metropolitan area, is not under her area. I look at Representative Drazkowski, and I believe it's Lake Zumbro that you have come to the legislature again and again asking for money to repair the damage to Lake Zumbro because it keeps filling in. You are proving the point of why we need a legislative commission that teaches us about water upon which we are so dependent and know so little about. But just a couple of other comments here. The question was raised, is this in Representative Wagenius's bill? Is the money for this there? No, it is not. But did it go through Representative Carlson's committee and get funded? Yes, it did. So the money is there. The second thing I would like to observe to members is the question of, well, why isn't DNR doing its job? You cut its budget. You cut its budget again. You cut its budget again. And then the last legislative session, you cut it again. So we have not enough hydrologists in this state to do the work that has to be done in order that we have water for our next generations. Representative Fischer is into problem solving. He's got a good bill. I'm going to vote for it.
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, ironically, I just got off the phone with one of our county commissioners back from Roseau County, and he said, "What are you doing today, Dan?" And I told him what bill we're discussing. And with all due respect to you, Representative Fischer, my county commissioner said, "Oh, that's great. Just what we need is another body to do something." Said it obviously sarcastically. But to the bill, Representative Fischer, and you and I have had a number of conversations about this, and I've told you that I appreciate your passion for this. And to the comments that Representative Wagenius was just making about the areas in the state that need some sort of legislative commission because we've got water problems, I believe was the word that you used, Representative Wagenius, to describe this. The areas that she was describing were kind of in the metro area for the most part. Representative Fischer, how does this bill differ from the bill that we discussed here roughly a month ago that had to do with the metro area, and we were incorporating, I believe, Wright County, and we had a discussion about the lack of communications with the county commissioners and so forth that were going to be placed on that. Can you walk me through the difference between these two different bills, please?
He will yield. Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fabian, thank you so much for the question. Yes, there's a huge difference. The bill that we saw approximately a month ago was for Met Council to finish their work within the metropolitan area, plus the consequences on the surrounding counties that they potentially could have when they're dealing with their water issues. The bill that I have today is trying to address the water issues that we experience across the entire state because, as we've known from the presentations that we've had from Representative Wagenius in the past, that currently throughout the entire state of Minnesota, the DNR has identified 16 different areas of water concerns as of right now. And at least 2 of them that may be brought up to what they would call a water management level are not even in the metropolitan area. And there are places in the northeast part of the state, in the north central part of the state, in the southwest corner, the southeast corner. And that's why we're approaching it and why I'm approaching something that's going to be more broad-based, because as I realized in the discussions that I had with you on the areas affecting West Metro is the way that we might be looking at a solution here might potentially have a negative consequence up in your area. And that's one thing I wanted to make sure we wanted to avoid. The problem is we didn't have enough the time or the chance or the resources to be able to go to address those in the depth that we needed to. Because the problem that I fear is that right now with what's happening in East Metro, that it is in a lawsuit, and if it were to go to a judge and they started establishing and they made the decisions of what happened instead of us or the executive branch, that starts setting the precedence of how we're going to handle water issues throughout the state. And that's the last thing I want. I want us to be able to handle the water issues in a thoughtful, respectful way so that we're making sure that we don't have unintended consequences. And this is the best way to do that throughout the state to protect our resource. Thank you.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Torkelson, would you yield for a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Fabian.
Representative Torkelson, did you have an amendment to this bill that would have included rural representation on this council?
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fabian, yes, I did. I did have a couple of amendments to broaden the scope of the membership of this potential commission and to make sure that they met in outstate Minnesota, and both amendments were gutted and I withdrew them.
Representative Fabian.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Torkelson. Representative Fischer, again, you know, I think everybody knows I'm from rural Minnesota, greater Minnesota. You know, you talk about wanting to involve the whole state. Can you tell me what conversations you've had with, say, county commissioners or SWCDs throughout greater Minnesota? You mentioned northeast Minnesota. Can you enlighten me as to what conversations you've had with them about what they see as being the mission of this commission?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fabian. I have not talked to actual county commissioners. I've talked to people who have been lobbying on their behalf down here. That is where I'm picking up my information from. And in terms of I know that you made some references to the proposals, the amendments that were made by Representative Torkelson. I wasn't hoping, with my amendments, I was not intending to try to gut them, but what I was trying to do is figure out a way to address the issue in a little bit better regard. I can tell you that as we move forward on this issue, hearing that the concerns that were brought up, is I'm committed to that as we get to conference committee, is working out some better representation to make sure that we're guaranteeing some good representation from outstate Minnesota and that we're spreading the meetings across the state and not just in outstate area or in the metropolitan area.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Fischer, it may not have been your intention to gut those amendments, but you certainly did. And quite frankly, I'm disappointed. You know, on the level that we have had conversations together, I can't imagine why you would not want to accept that amendment and take that and not gut it, to use your words. I think that, you know, quite frankly, members, you know, this is another example of the way we've been going about business here in the legislature this year. This bill, if you track the progress of this bill throughout the legislative session, it was introduced on the 18th of February to the Environment and Natural Resources Policy Committee. It's been engrossed a couple of times since then. If Representative Fischer would yield to a question, please.
He will. Representative Fabian.
Representative Fischer, I know this was touched on just a little bit, but what are the policy changes that have been made in this bill since it was first introduced? And then my question would be, why did that not go back to the policy committee for further discussion? Representative Dill's committee.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fabian. The bill originally started out as a policy bill that would have required conservation water management, conservation water pricing, and water management areas. As it went on, some of the other things that were brought to my attention is the need for examining permitting of small well users in water management areas that right now there is no opportunity for the state to hold them to the same equal accountability as large users. So that was a policy change that went in there. And then in our policy committee that we had on environmental natural resource policy at the final meeting, is we made some changes based on recommendations that you had made to me and concerns on the water conservation pricing, is I dropped the water conservation pricing, and at that point in time, from having received a bit of input as what needed to be done going forward, I added the component for reestablishing the Legislative Water Commission. And at that point in time, as it has moved forward, it has focused on the Legislative Water Commission and the permitting part, and as we've moved forward, broke off the permitting part, which became an amendment on the floor here to Gene Wagenius's bill, and has moved forward only since then as the Legislative Water Commission to be reestablished. Along the way, the concept and the size of the commission has changed in terms of numbers and how it was established, provided by input. Input also provided for the sunset provision that we have on here. So that's kind of a quick summary of most of the changes to the bill as it has evolved over time as the different issues has presented itself.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, thank you for the answer, Representative Fischer. And I don't mean to be harsh or mean. You know me better than that. But I am concerned about the fact that this bill is kind of traveling through a legislative process that, to me, does not seem to be in sync with what the rules and how we should be going about this. With all due respect to Madam Speaker, it reminds me a little bit of the energy bill. Here we get a delete all amendment that comes to Ways and Means. Major piece of legislation and all kinds of policy involved in that bill, and it goes to Ways and Means and does not go back to the Energy Committee. Members, we can do better work than this around here. This is unsettling to me, and I don't like the way we do these things. I think that we need to have full, open, honest, transparent hearings on these things, and to kind of sneak them around, I'm going to use that term. It's not completely accurate, I understand that, but this just does not reflect well on what we do here in the legislature. So I'm especially concerned about Representative Torkelson's amendments. I thought he brought those forth in good faith, and quite frankly, they were gutted. And if we're going to study water and we're going to do stuff all around the state, then let's involve people from all over the state, and let's use some good faith efforts to do that stuff. That being said, personally, I don't see the need to establish another commission. I think that we have plenty of agencies already that do this kind of work. We have our local SWCDs. I've had many conversations with our local SWCDs and different agencies at the local level that do a lot of this stuff. I think that we need to coordinate better with them. This bill, quite frankly, I just don't think it's ready for prime time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please vote red.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the author yield for a couple of questions?
He'd love to. Representative McDonald.
Thank you. You can feel the love in the chamber today. I have a question regarding your commission, the committee. Will they, once they're established, study and monitor pesticides and pesticide degradates in surface water and groundwater in areas vulnerable to surface water and water impairments and groundwater degradation, and use the data collected to improve pesticides and practices?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, it's possible that's one of the things as a broader policy issue that could be discussed as one of the things of the Legislative Water Commission. I think actually the initial focus is going to be more primarily focusing on what's going to be happening in the water management areas, because that's where the crisis, and we need to have some very good examination of policy initially. But when we're talking about broad water policy and where we need to have good work and information exchanging back and forth, anything that's impacting water could be subject to be something that would have some very extensive conversations and research on, so that we could get some good work done if it needed to be outside of the legislative session.
Representative McDonald.
Madam Chair, thank you, Representative Fischer. That's very important. Will the committee be able to monitor and evaluate trends in the concentration of nitrates in groundwater in areas vulnerable to groundwater degradation, including the substantial increase of monitoring of private wells in cooperation with the Commissioner of Health, monitoring for pesticides when nitrates are detected?
He will yield. Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, I think when we take a look at the Legislative Water Commission, it's about making sure that we're having good policy on water sustainability. And water sustainability means not only having enough, but having enough that's clean water and how we're taking care of it. And so anything that would have an impact along those lines would be something that may be being brought together. And being brought together in such a way that when we're working with the different groups that we're looking with is finding out how we're doing it, not only between the agencies, but making sure that the agencies are working well together and making sure that we're finding out what are the best ways that we're handling with these issues and making sure that as the policy is brought forward, it is the best policy recommendations for our state.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Fischer. I'm glad you answered that. I think it's important, too, that they do that as well. Representative Fischer, would you yield for another question?
He will yield. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, the committee in which this bill is going to create, will they offer their technical assistance, including but not limited to small watershed evaluation, edge of field monitoring, assessment of stream challenging characteristics, terrain analysis, corn stalking testing, sediment fingerprinting, and ergonomics assessment, which are all designed to and established advanced practices for protecting lakes, rivers, and streams and our groundwater from degradation?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, you're mentioning technical assistance, and I can say that the envisioning of this commission is not to be doing technical assistance, but dealing with the formation of policy that would eventually come to the legislature here, and receiving the input from the agencies that are advising us and seeing how things are working, what isn't, to come up with policy, and not getting out and doing technical assistance out in other areas.
Representative McDonald.
Madam Chair, thank you. Well, Representative Fischer, but the group is to, let's see if I read this right, it was a group of experts, I presume, because they're appointed from the legislature here, from 6 members of the Senate, which are all experts in water, I'm sure, and including 3 from the majority party and minority party, and then 6 from the House. But they will be representing and offering expertise and technical guidelines to these different agencies. So if they don't offer the technical expertise and guidelines in which to govern our clean water in Minnesota, then I'm not sure if they'll be a very viable technical resource. But if the author would yield for another question, Madam Chair.
Representative McDonald, were you asking Representative Fischer to yield?
That is correct.
He will yield. Representative Fischer.
Madam Chair.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Fischer, thank you for yielding to another question. Will the committee do research inventory database containing water-related research activities that will help develop and support our water quality in the state of Minnesota?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative McDonald, as it says in the bill I have in front of me, the Commission shall make recommendations as it deems proper to assist the legislature in forming legislation.
Representative McDonald.
Madam Chair, thank you. Well, I do have, and I will end this quickly because we have another bill to discuss, and I think we've discussed this further. Representative Fischer, your bill, although has great merit, certainly we want clean water in the state of Minnesota, but you probably have figured out I was reading from 1183. That is the legacy bill. And in here we have several $100 million that we will be using to not only study but also implement for clean water in the state of Minnesota. And I'll echo, of course, what you've already heard. And I think you know this probably, well, I hope you know this by now. This is not necessary. We're already doing the things in which I mentioned. So the things that you agreed to that we'll be doing in your bill for the committee and the commission, we're already doing. So again, as the government just continues to grow, you've heard it from Drzeskowski, you heard it from Sanders and the rest of us, that is the problem with this place down here. We continue to grow and have more commissions and more studies and more committees and more subcommittees to the point of nausea for no purpose. $347,000 is not a lot of money when you look at a $34 billion or $35.1 billion budget, certainly, or $67 billion if you include all the funds. It's not, ladies and gentlemen. But at the core of the issue, it's unnecessary. It's a valid idea, Representative Fischer, and you're going to vote for it, and it'll pass, and my words will be lost and forgotten, and who gives a rat's anyway. But the point of the matter is we continue to grow with more committees and more studies instead of actually implementing. So the legacy bill that will be coming up will have, I'll read it here, I guess. We have $92 million, I think, in the first year, and another, let's see, excuse me, I'm not reading from a manual here, I'm reading from a bill. Well, it's close to $200 million for water quality. And some of it is studies, some of it is implementation, some of it is research, some of it is monitoring. It's a great thing. But I'd rather see the $347,000 on a commission that's completely unnecessary. I think we've proven that. And use that to actually implement clean water in the state of Minnesota. And for that, I have nothing personal against your bill. I think it's admirable, but unnecessary.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Yes, Madam Speaker. You know, there's been a lot of conversation about House File 683 and the process, and I just want to remind members of the House that, in fact, this bill did follow the rules of the House. It was re-referred to the Rules Committee, given proper notice. It was re-referred from the Rules Committee to the Ways and Means Committee, and it did fit within the House budget resolution and was appropriately funded. So I think it's important that, in spite of some of the rhetoric, that the members of the House understand that it did follow all of the proper procedures under the rules of the House. But I do have a question. Would Representative Zellers yield to a question?
He really doesn't want to yield. Representative Carlson, he said no.
Did he say he did not want to yield?
He said he would not yield. Representative Carlson.
Then perhaps Representative Dean would yield to a question.
Representative Dean. Representative Carlson requests that Representative Dean yield to a question. Would Representative Dean yield? That one.
Yes,
he will. Representative Carlson.
Well, I was disappointed that the former speaker didn't yield, but I think Representative Dean can provide the information I'm interested in. When you were in the majority and controlled both the House and the Senate, when did the major conference committee reports pass the Minnesota House of Representatives, being that that was a part of the discussion on this bill?
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Carlson, I didn't hear the first. I believe it was April 6th we had our budget bills off of the floor. That date seems to strike. I think that's correct in my head. I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but I'm sure one of my colleagues will remind me what it was.
Representative Carlson.
Madam Speaker, the information that I have in terms of the final bills that were passed out of conference committee were the 17th and 18th of May. And right now it is May the 10th. My point is that I think we're very much on track, similar to where you were in coming up with the final bills. There was one exception. You did pass the Ag bill earlier. That was very non-controversial, and there was consensus reached between the governor and the House and the Senate. So again, members, it's May the 10th, and the final bills were passed in the final week, and I suspect that we're going to be there as well. We'll have our work complete.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I've been listening to this dialogue going on back and forth, and I just want to echo what the good Representative Driscowski and good Representative Fabian have been saying. I represent an area that doesn't consider itself to be part of the metro. And as we listen to this dialogue, we keep hearing about the 11-county metro area. Members, I have a map of this, and there's a whole lot of agriculture in these counties. And as we look here, and we're creating another commission, and the way that it's been designed as it's coming together here, and we've rejected these amendments to bring in the rest of the state, we've got the entire state of Minnesota that's in the end going to be answering to the metro. So again, we become more and more metro-centric. Now, members on the other side of the aisle, my friends from rural areas, if you're not listening, you better. Because these policies are going to apply to your farmers. I had an irrigator call me, I had a number of irrigators call me about a month ago, and their cost for irrigating their fields is going to go from $3,000 to $9,000 next year. That's going to go up. It's going to kill these guys because of these metro water policies. Now, as we look here, and we've named off all the different departments. So I would just make, I wish we could do this, but the rules won't allow us to, but if I could, I'd offer an amendment. I would call this the DRD, the Department of Redundancy Department, because members, that's what we're creating. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Fischer will yield to a few questions, please.
He will. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, I believe that you said earlier that we are, well, let me back up a second. First of all, let me ask you this question. Is this group bound by the open meeting law?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Anderson, from my understanding, this commission would be following all the open meeting laws and other laws that we have set up for our legislative process.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, the reason why I asked that question is if you look at on line 2.9 of the bill, it says the Commission may conduct public hearings and otherwise secure data and comments. With that may in place and not a shall, I'm assuming that they can have meetings that are not in the public. Is that correct?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Representative Anderson. I think what we're doing here is when we're saying may is that they may be able to have these meetings, be able to engage people in the public, and there is a difference between meetings and hearings. But I know that as we're looking at having these kind of events going forward, it's giving the opportunity to be able to gather information as they go forward and receive input from people throughout the state.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Representative Fischer, what you're saying is they may have public hearings, but they also might have their own individual meetings that is not subject to public transparency. Is that correct?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Anderson. No, I'm suggesting that what is going to happen is that when they have that, this gives them the opportunity to have not only hearings but also meetings, and that they would be subject to the rules and regulations that govern both those processes, and that they would be an open process.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, can you tell me, does this group have the authority to charge fees? I see nothing in this bill that prohibits it. Can you tell me for certain that there will be no fees charged by this group?
Representative Fischer.
Madam Speaker, Representative Anderson, I'm a little confused as to why they would be charging fees. I'm wondering what kind of, are you suggesting fees for people to be attending the meetings?
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, I'm asking you, do they have the authority to charge any fees to any entity? Because part of the agencies that we have, they have that kind of authority. And just kind of another question that I'm going to tack on to this, too. Does this group have any rulemaking authority at all? Can you tell me that?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Representative Anderson. First of all, this group would not have any authority for setting fees or making rules. What their authority would be is to be making recommendations to us for good policy.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, I think earlier you said that the FTEs is 1.5. Is that correct? Okay, so you said it is. That's okay. You can just nod your head. That's fine. So we're looking at 1.5 FTEs with an appropriation of $180,000 for 1.5 FTEs. I know that you said earlier that there was some costs of renting space and some overhead costs there. Can you tell me, out of that $180,000 for the 1.5 FTEs, how much are members going to be able to collect in per diem? Because I noticed that that's not spelled out here.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Anderson, the intention would be that the members from the respective bodies would follow the per diem rate for their respective bodies.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Fischer, can you tell me what the per diem rate is for House members and what the per diem rate is for senators?
Representative Fischer.
I'm sorry, I don't know what those rates are. I don't collect per diem, so I have no idea what they are.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Fischer, if I'm remembering correctly, my colleagues are helping me out here. For the House, I believe, we're at 66, and the Senate is at $86, $20 difference. Can you also tell me if these members will be able to collect that per diem during session?
Representative Fischer.
I want to make sure I understand the question, Madam Speaker. Representative Anderson, when I heard you say per diem, were you referring to staff or were you referring to members of the House and the Senate?
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, I was referring to members, but if you can tell me if the staff are going to be getting per diem too, that would be helpful. So I'm looking at members. Can they receive per diem during a session?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you. If we're in session, the regular per diem rates apply to that. I don't see any possibility for people to, if you're alluding to double dip, I don't think that would be allowed for double dipping.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Fischer, under your bill and where you have it sprinkled in all the other different agency bills, nowhere does it say that they wouldn't be allowed to double dip. So you could have a legislative water commission that takes place in the month of February, March, April, May, January, and they could be receiving 2 per diem checks, one for serving for the Legislative Water Commission and one for serving at the legislature. I'm deeply concerned by that, and since it's not spelled out on this bill or any of the other bills where you have this language issued, I take a great concern with that. The other concern that I have, and I think Representative McDonald had touched on this a little bit earlier too today, was the fact that we now are creating another body because we need different expertise on this issue. So we have a separate set of legislators that are going to be serving on this that we already have in place with the the Environment Policy Committee that we have in place. So why do we need two sets of committees, basically, to serve the same goal? Not only on top of that do we have, now we're going to have two committees that do this. The one that is transparent, that's here in the legislative body, that requires that we have notification to the public at least 3 days in advance of what we're going to be talking about, that's published online, that gives the citizens a chance to have their voice heard. They can look at any amendments, they can look at the policy that's put in place. Now we're going to have a separate committee that can have public hearings. They may not. They might just have a public meeting or a private meeting. We don't know. So it completely removes any transparency. And on top of it, we had an earlier member that mentioned that we need this because of expertise. Folks, we have at least 4 agencies that deal with water issues. We've got Bowser, MPCA, we've got the DNR, we have the Environmental Quality Board. But apparently 4 agencies is not enough on dealing with water issues. We need 1 more. On top of that, we're adding to a budget problem. We've heard many members talk here today about the fact that, hey, we only have 9 days to go. 9 days to go to actually balance the budget. If you remember, we have a $627 million budget deficit that we have to address. We're blessed in the fact that in the next biennium we do have a surplus, but we have yet to actually pass a final budget bill. And here we are today dealing with this. So this is the priorities that we have for the state. Instead, we're going to pass over $3 billion worth of tax increases and fees on the citizens of the state. And not just tax increases and fees on the top 1%, not just on the top 2%, not just on the top 7%, but we are going to be increasing the fees and taxes for over 60% of the citizens of the state. That's the low-income citizens, that's the middle-class families in this state. And you know, quite honestly, they just want us to leave them alone. They just want to be able to work, earn a living, and enjoy life in this great state that we have. But here we are, 9 days out, and this is the priority for the day. 9 days. I sure hope that we get our work done, folks, because we only have 9 days to do it. And I hope that it doesn't get jammed down our throat that we're going to pass a $3 billion tax increase and fee increase on every single citizen in this state. Please vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, I think we've worked this thing over pretty good. Would the author of the bill yield, Madam Chair?
He will yield. Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Fischer, I tried to ask you earlier about some of the issues that were deleted from this bill and put in other places. It seems to me that we discussed the permit issue in an amendment maybe to the Representative Wagenius finance bill. This bill, members, has had a number of versions. It was as introduced, and then the first engrossment, and now the second engrossment that we're working with today. So it's had a number of different pieces to it, and it's been amended different times in different places. And pieces were put in, and pieces were taken out. And I have to wonder, Representative Fischer, why we couldn't do a bill. And usually what happens is people bring a bill and they've got some ideas, and they do take some things out and they disappear because they're bad ideas, and then other things are added. But then in the end we have the final product, and that's what we want, is that final product, or that's usually what the author wants. But in this case, members, what's happened is this bill has been all over the place. I mean, things have been taken out and put other places, and then the bill moves on and other things get added and taken out, back and forth. So Representative Fischer, my question is, could you tell us what that permit issue was that was in the first engrossment of this bill, and tell us about what that permit issue is and what it's about, and where is that in legislation now?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Hackbarth. The permitting was added on as an amendment on this floor to Representative Wagenius' Omnibus bill, and that's in conference committee right now.
Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, you might not recall the permit that's going to be required in these groundwater management areas that was put into Representative Wagenius' bill, taken out of this bill, put into Representative Wagenius' bill, and that's going to be in these groundwater management areas. Now the DNR is going to have the ability to charge for a private well $140 a year to permit your well. You don't have a well right now, you want to build a house, you're in one of these groundwater management areas, you have to buy a permit to do the well in the first place. But the way the language exists in current law, you're going to have to pay that $140 every year. Every year. If you're in one of these groundwater management areas. One of the things that gets glazed over in all of this maneuvering, Representative Carlson was right. Everything went according to Hoyle. Everything went by the rules. No one's denying that it didn't go by the rules. But the rules were used to glaze over some of these other issues, put things in, take things out, move it over here, put it in this bill so we don't talk about it again. But overall, you're not really fooling anybody, Representative Fischer, because we know that you're going to get your bill passed. We know that all the elements are going to get passed. You've got the votes. But there's no transparency here. It seems like we're trying to pass something without transparency. We should have a bill that's got everything spelled out in it with everything that you wanted to do. That's what's disheartening about this bill and everything connected with it. It's not transparent. It's not telling everybody exactly what you wanted to do. You broke it up into little pieces here and there, and now this is the final product. It's just a commission. It's just a legislative audit or a legislative commission that we're going to put together. No big deal. But you got all your other little pieces spread around. Members, this is not a transparent bill. There's pieces broke up here and there. Representative Fischer is going to get what he wants. But I would please urge you to vote no on this Water Commission. Representative Anderson, you missed a couple of things. A couple other departments, the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Health, also hundreds of millions of dollars that this legislature appropriates to all these different agencies to do what legislators are going to think that they are smarter than everybody else and tell everybody else what to do. We do not have the expertise that these people that we hire to do these jobs, we don't have that expertise. And we're going to put a bunch of legislators in charge of telling other people what to do. Absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. It's our job to find out from these experts what we should do if there's a problem. And we've got those people to bring forward and ask them those questions now, and we have the legislative process to do that. We don't need a commission. Vote no.
The member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Fischer yield a question?
He will yield. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Fischer, this is another of several bills that you brought forward dealing with groundwater issues, which I appreciate, with White Bear Lake, which I appreciate. I know that you and I share an interest in that lake. And we are very, very short of water. The snow is now thankfully finally melted as of about 5 minutes ago, and the water level is up, but it's not up very much. And that some of the water literally that you've carried onto this issue has been purported to help White Bear Lake and the people around it who are really struggling. Can you tell me when one of our constituents calls me up around the lake and says, how is this going to help White Bear Lake? How is this going to get water back in the lake? What would you like me to tell them?
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Dean. I think what you can tell them is that with what we've had come through the legislature is, number one, is that we've got funding, and some of it's going to be coming up in a bill later on here that will finish the phase 2 study on White Bear Lake for the final identification of the problems. Number two, it will pay for the feasibility study so that we will have a way to know what the costs of the alternatives are so that we can get water in right away. And the other part is that I heard very clearly, and this is some of the things that go through in establishing this bill here, is that there's a lot of inequity in our current system. Our current system is not proactive. It is not fair to individual homeowners. It is not fair to individual businesses. And it's because we've been reactive instead of proactive. And what I've heard from our local business community on a regular basis, our local people, is that why are we behind it and reacting instead of being proactive? Why can't we get our act together? And this is the first step in trying to get our act together. And that's why I'm carrying it not only for our citizens in White Bear Lake, but for the entire state, because it's not just an issue in our area, it's an issue for the entire state.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that, Representative Fischer, and I know that that folks around the Northeast Metro appreciate that work, but they also appreciate Representative Drazkowski's position, that it just sounds like another layer of government that these folks hear about. The government gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I missed one. Sorry, Draz. And what have we got to show for it? We've got more and more bureaucracy, but we need a solution, a practical solution, so that I hope as you move forward, and as I've been a bit of a squeaky wheel on the Northeast Metro and trying to get DNR to focus on looking there, not avoiding there, but actually looking more there, spending more there, drilling more wells there, looking for ways to keep and hold water in the Northeast Metro, that I hope that you continue to push on them as well and continue to reach out as well. You know, every morning I take my daughter to 4th grade and we get up and we get in, and she has to be there usually about 8:30, and we drive down Lake 244 around White Bear Lake, and on the peninsula there's a tree that's all by itself, and she says, "Good morning, ballerina tree." She calls the tree the ballerina tree because it looks like a ballerina dancer, and she has that kind of disposition. And the next thing out of her mouth every single morning is, "How's the lake, Dad?" Because she can see that I'm looking over at the lake. And she says, "Is the lake up? Is the lake down?" And she's like every other little kid and every other little mom and dad around that lake that focuses on that lake level. They look at it every single day. And it's not a regional issue. It's not a 400-year issue. It's a daily issue for folks. So I hope that you continue to push on that and to continue to push the DNR, not to look for bureaucratic growth and more funding only, but to look for solutions and for real solutions in our area. And with that, since I was referenced earlier, and I apologize for being caught a little off guard, I want to see if the majority leader might yield for a question.
She will. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Madam Majority Leader. It is April 21st, and it's May. And we are really getting towards the end. I think we have 9 days left. I can recall 2 years ago, and Representative Carlson was nice enough to bring back that, we had passed up our omnibus bills, and part of the issue that we had was trying to get those back. And I'm wondering, in your negotiations and dealings with the governor, one of the things that he told us was that he would not agree to anything until he agreed to everything, and that we needed to have all the omnibus bills done and to him before he would look at that or start to negotiate, and then would look at them and then give them back to us. Has he given you the same indication that he's waiting for all of the bills that spend any money, or so that he can look at them all at the same time and then decide whether or not he's going to pass them? Has he given you, "I won't do anything until I agree to everything"? Has he given you any of those indications, Madam Majority Leader?
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Dean, first of all, I have to tell you that when I was growing up, I was from that little town in Wisconsin called Columbus, and we used to walk to this candy store, and there was this tree that had a divide just like this, and we called it the TV tree. So maybe like the ballerina tree, but the TV tree. So, just wanted to share that with you. The budget bills, I was looking at my calendar, and when Representative Carlson asked you the question, I figured you might have a question for me. We passed the last of our budget bills off the floor of the House. That was the higher ed bill, Representative Plowski's bill, on April 25th. And in that next week then began in earnest in a negotiation and conversation with the administration and with the Senate about targets. And those are proceeding, and they are productive. And, for the people who are listening, this is always that time of the year when there are multiple things happening at the legislature. And, of course, Representative Dean, you would be able to commiserate with me on this because two years ago you were in these very same shoes. So the conference committees are meeting. There's a discussion about the joint targets, and we're doing work here on the floor as well. All those things happening at the same time that get us to a completed legislative session with a budget on May 20th there or around there. So we're on that path. We're making good headway. And I think our rules say something about not talking very much about the governor here on the floor of the House of Representatives. So I'm not going to get into the content of the negotiation and try and abide by that rule, but I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Representative Dean.
Madam Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Madam Speaker, if I think it's kind of relevant and important to discuss the executive downstairs. I'm not sure exactly how our rules dictate that we can discuss the administration or the governor. I know that when we were in the majority that they did. But, Madam Speaker, would it be within our rules, according to the parliamentary inquiry, would it be within our rules to refer to the governor as the gentleman who works downstairs? Would it be the executive? Or what is the proper way that we can refer to the governor or the governor's office? Because I think it's a pertinent way, because a pertinent discussion point, because right now that seems to be a very big roadblock or an issue in getting the work of the legislature completed. And I'm wondering if we can if our rules prohibit that, and if so, if there's a way that we can talk about the administration and what sorts of conditions that they are putting on the bills, since that seems to be a pertinent issue in moving forward, how we might move the discussion along in a fruitful manner.
Let me confer with the Chief Clerk. Representative Dean, there is no House rule on point, but Section 111 in Mason's, the old version of Mason's, says it is unparliamentary and inconsistent with the independence of a legislative body to refer to the name or office of the executive in order to influence the vote. And then there's another paragraph, but I won't read that. And then Section 752 of the old version of Mason's, the point, I think, is we don't refer to his name. It is inappropriate for a member in debate to use the name of the executive for the purpose of influencing votes of the members. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I appreciate the clarification on that, because I think it is important when we have to get our work done by next week. And this is Mother's Day and fishing opener. I understand that that's important for a lot of people. But our omnibus bills are very important to passing and passing on time. Our conference committees are stalled. Once again, we see a lack of engagement to get this completed, to get our work done on time. And this is not what we heard we were going to get from the better legislature. The better legislature that puts the fiscal house of mom and dad and business owner across the state of Minnesota first. This is not what we were told we were going to get. We are almost completed with our schedule, but we have not completed our work. In fact, we haven't moved the omnibus bills along
Madam
at all.
Speaker.
So I appreciate that, and I appreciate Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Liebling, for what purpose do you rise?
Madam Speaker, once again I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Under Mason, Section 101, debate must be limited to the matter before the House. And I'm looking up at the screen and I see that we are still on House File 683, and the matter that is being discussed has nothing to do with 683.
I'll defer ruling. It's the custom of the House to allow a broad base as long as the member ties it back eventually to passage of the bill before us. Representative Dean.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Liebling. I appreciate you reminding me to get back to the bill and the representative to your left, who is Representative Fischer, and his good work. And I'd like to see that completed, and I'd like to see the governor sign it into law. However, if that's dependent on a lot of other things to be completed and agreed to first, this directly represents my district and the people I represent in White Bear Lake, and my daughter that drives by that lake every day, that this bill will get completed. And if this can only be completed if we have a total agreement on each and every omnibus spending bill, that means a whole lot more to this legislature, the people in my district, and my daughter, because if that bill can't get done until the governor agrees to everything else, then that matters. So I think that that is a pertinent line of questioning. It was a perfectly pertinent line of questioning for Representative Carlson to ask me about it earlier, and that's the reason that I'm responding to that now. With that, Madam Speaker and members, I appreciate the conversation and look forward to moving forward with this and other bills and to completing our work on time.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Lean votes aye. He's going to come up. There being 71 ayes and 51 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1183. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1183 on the calendar for today, the third engrossment, an act relating to state government.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Madam Speaker and members of the House, this is the Omnibus Legacy Bill that we've been waiting for a while. It's a really good bill, and you should all vote for it. It spends close to $600 million on projects that everybody wants to have all over the state in 4 areas, from the Outdoor Heritage Fund, the Clean Water Fund, the Parks and Trails Fund, and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. I do have an author's amendment that would put the bill into the shape in which I want it. And I wondered if it might be appropriate to take the author's amendment before we go to questions and deal with the bill. I'd like to move the A115 amendment.
Okay. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Kahn, moving to amend House File 1183 to third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A115.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Kahn.
Yes. Mr. Speaker and members, this cleans up some technical areas about the Mississippi River Corridor critical area. It fixes up some titles that needed to be fixed up. Does a change in an area called Veterans Memorial Parks, where we had money going from Parks and Trails, and what we did was we cut out the money that we had for busts in the House, as there was money for 2 left. One seemed inappropriate at this point, and the other one is covered in the state government finance bill, and this puts the money into local units of government for veterans memorials in municipal parks. There was also a cleanup to for language which had called for, again, kind of restoring the legacy of this building, for restoring the service of wine and beer in the Capitol cafeteria in the Rathskeller. We had a shall, and we changed it at the request of the chair of the Representative Atkins. We changed it back to a may and put it in a process so that we hope that that will occur. I pointed out there were 2 amendments that may be in your packet from Representative Uglum and Representative Newton. And those are the first 2 parts of the bill which puts more local control into the discussions of the critical area. And so so I've incorporated the Uglum and Newton amendments into my amendment. I think that gives enough information to people. So I ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
To the amendment, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and always appreciative of technical amendments that get things cleared up. I would urge a support of this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield?
She will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. I'm looking at the second page, the sale of wine and malt liquor in the capital. Are there any, if we authorize this, are there any limitations to what is happening with that sale time, or to who, or not during votes or recess, or is there any limitation?
Well,
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Kahn, we've had this permissive language without a process for quite a long time. It was something actually that was done by myself and Representative Bishop maybe 10 years ago, and I think someone tried to use it once and it was too complicated. So my first version of the bill had a shall instead of a may, and there were objections to being that prescriptive, so we went back to a may, and we put a process in that will hopefully be able to get us to doing it. It is only in the Capitol cafeteria, although the gentleman who works outside of here has asked for a further extension. On the second floor over here has asked for a further extension of it, but at the moment we're just working in the Capitol cafeteria, and we do think that particularly when the Capitol is renovated, this will be a place that people really want. And it's also completely clear. At one point I was going to hand out, and I guess in the length of time that we dealt with this bill, we didn't get the handout out, but I do have for any members who would like, if they need a translation of the German mottos in the Minnesota State Capitol Rathskeller, one of the things that's complete, that we believe is, again, going back to the legacy of that area, is that wine and beer was served in there from the time, probably stronger liquor too was served there from the time that the Capitol was first used, and the German mottos were painted over at the time of the First World War, and we believe that the serving of alcohol stopped with Prohibition and was not restored after that. So this is an attempt again to restore the legacy of that very beautiful area in the Capitol, and the appropriate place clearly to do that is in the legacy bill.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and would the author yield to one final clarification?
She will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you. It predates me, but I understand you've been with the body a fair amount of time. Was it just the Senate that was in the expose by one of the TV stations with, some issues of these type of beverages? And was there any consideration given to those type of issues that popped up during that time of the expose in regards to this?
Representative Kahn.
Not at all. This is specifically, in the thoughts of this is specifically do it for specific events, and the licensing of specific events.
Further discussion to the amendment? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Watsky moving to amend House File 1183 to third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A116.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Candy Ojai, Representative Sawatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is part of the Green Lake Association is very concerned about aquatic invasive species, and they have been meeting routinely in helping to be leaders in a decontamination station for Candy Ojai County. We have 28 lakes in Candy Ojai County, and what the homeowners would like to do around Green Lake is to have a private business, public-private relationship or partnership in creating a decontamination station right off of Highway 23, where in Green Lake hosts about 6, 7, or 8 fishing tournaments per year. They have the land acquired where they could have this decontamination station very easily and readily available, with some advancing of some parking spaces for boaters. And it's a convenient location, and we're hoping that with this public-private partnership that we can be leaders for the state of Minnesota, and seeing how this would help with the AIS conditions and concerns for Minnesota and our waterways. And I would hope that, or I ask you for your support.
Further discussion to the amendment? Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment. This was in the bill at one point, and at some point in the various iterations got left out.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moving to amend House File 1183 to third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A117.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment relates to the aquatic invasives component of the Outdoor Heritage Bill, and it defines it, rather than just being generally an appropriation to the Department of Natural Resources. It would take some of that appropriation and put it through the existing, not creating a new, but putting it through the existing Conservation Partners Legacy Program, where local units of government and others could apply.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, this is a good idea. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Kahn.
Also a good idea. Let's just vote it in.
Further discussion to the amendment. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moving to amend House File 1183 to third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A88.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment relates to coal tar sealant. You have some handouts from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency on your desks that I've provided. 4 years ago, we had instituted a grant program to encourage local grants. We have had testimony in the Environment Finance Division about this. A number of large manufacturers have removed coal tar from their sealants, and this would institute a use and sale prohibition. I ask for your support.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hansen, while I support this, I think it's a good idea. There may be some on my side of the aisle that think it's unnecessary, but thank you for bringing it forward.
Representative Kahn.
Good idea. Let's put it in.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Hansen yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Representative Hansen, does your amendment allow for those that have inventories of the old sealant to get rid of them in an efficient manner?
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Torkelson, thank you for asking that. As we discussed in the committee, rather than having a traditional effective date of August 1st, we provided an effective date of January 1st, 2014, so that existing stocks could be used up during this calendar year. So we took that into account. We had that discussion, if you remember, in committee, and that was my intent, to give people time rather than having them have unused stocks.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I'm not going to ask Representative Hansen any questions or comment with Representative Kahn, but this all seems kumbaya, and it's not. I would urge everyone to vote no on this amendment. If you want to make a bad bill even worse, just vote for the amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment? Further discussion?
Well,
Representative Kahn.
After that, it's a very good amendment. It's very helpful, and with the precautions that Representative Hansen has added, it should cause no problem. So vote yes.
Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 1183, the third engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A65.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a special request from the City of Isle and the Malone Island, situated on the southeastern shoreline of Lake Mille Lacs. What's unique about this old wooden bridge is that running underneath it is both a water line and the sewer line between Malone Island and the City of Isle. And this structure is falling apart, and members, if it falls apart within whatever time, we don't know because it's a 40-year-old wooden bridge, the sewage will escape into Lake Mille Lacs and impair the waters, and the folks on this island will be without sewer and without water. And so they have asked me to request from the Clean Water Fund a small amount to help them begin to replace this bridge, I should say. They will receive some help, we hope, from Mille Lacs County and locally. But members, they feel that this is an excellent use of the Clean Water Fund because in East Central Minnesota, we aren't getting any special projects ever from any of the Legacy Fund. Yes, we do realize some benefit from invasive species money, but when I look through this bill, and so do my constituents, they don't see any reference to the Lake Mille Lacs area. And members, Lake Mille Lacs can reap for the state of Minnesota a good $50 to $60 million a year. Of course, the lake is not going to be open for the opener, so this is going to be hard on both the Lake Mille Lacs lovers, like I am, as well as the state and the area, because there's still ice on the lake. So members, I ask for your support on this very special project to serve the people of the southeastern shoreline of Lake Mille Lacs. Please support this.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, I oppose this amendment. The author previously asked for an appropriation from the deed funds in 2012 and was denied, and I think she's also asked in several other places. This is a completely inappropriate use of the clean water funds to essentially build a bridge. The very small sewer that goes along with the bridge is really almost irrelevant to the construction project. So I would urge members to vote no so that we don't cut into the clean water kinds of uses.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Kahn, I'm sorry that you disagree. If anything happens with this sewer line that runs under this bridge, this will impair a lake that is known in this state as a jewel for walleyes, and we're working so hard to restore this lake, members, that if this happens, this will impair Lake Mille Lacs, and it will hurt a spawning ground that is located next to the creek that runs into Lake Mille Lacs. Please reconsider and support this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Grisha moving to amend House File 1183 as follows. The third engrossment. The amendment is coded A66.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Morrison, Representative Grisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And in our area, we have a bike trail that we really need. And taking advice from some of the members here, I'm trying to put that in the Parks and Trails funds where it should come from. I'm trying to do the right thing and allocate resources accordingly. And, you know, the Metro Transit stops as you get a little bit north, and at some point all we have is bicyclists where I'm from, so this is very important. So I would ask a nice, strong, loud yes vote for my district.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is one of the programs that is already covered in another bill. I understand that the bonding bill already covers this appropriation, and Representative Grisha, the best way for you to get this appropriation is, of course, to vote for the bonding bill. So I oppose this as a duplicate and also as something that was not recommended in the Regional Parks and Trails report.
Further discussion to the amendment? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Green moving to amend House File 1183, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A67.
To the member from Mahoney, Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is just a small amendment for my area. It takes a little bit of money from the Metro for planning and puts it into a shovel-ready project for the Heartland Trail, which I know has been near and dear to a lot of people's hearts here, and I'd like to move this forward.
Discussion. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, I also oppose the amendment. Again, the bonding bill already carries these appropriations, and this is an example of the kind of thing that we were doing by supplanting what are ordinary appropriations in the legislative process instead of supplementing. And you know, I would urge a no vote, and I think I'll ask for a roll call on some. I'll ask for a roll call on this one.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just one.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I'm very disappointed about the fact that I've been here now for only a few months, but I've heard numerous talks and been grilled many times on the importance of the trails, and whether they're in the metro or the rural, and now They take a very simple project that in the scope of the money that's spent around here is very small, and they turn it into politics. And so I'd like to pull this amendment.
Representative Green withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schumacher moving to amend House File 1183, deferred engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A68.
The member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A68 amendment takes $500,000 from the Metro funds and puts it into the Casey Jones Trail. The Casey Jones Trail is it is the oldest trail in the state. It starts in Pipestone and is on its way to move up to Redwood Falls, Minnesota. And this has been supported by the legislature in the past, and we're just asking for support today for this trail. Thank you.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, again, we're looking at an appropriation which is already in the bonding bill. There's no need to duplicate it here. And again, specifically the trails that are funded in this have gone through a very different evaluation process from DNR and the regional trails people. So I would urge a vote no, and I would also like a roll call vote on this.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Schumacher.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to have a House position that isn't favorable, especially if the author of the bill isn't speaking favorably to this, and I don't want to politicize it and make this bad for my constituents later on, so I will be withdrawing this amendment.
Representative Schumacher withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Detmer moving to amend House File 1183 to third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A69.
The member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we've seen previous amendments here, I also have the Gateway Trail at Browns Creek Trail Crossing, which occurs on Highway 15 that goes through Stillwater. Manning Trail, we also call it. In fact, this summer I was called by the DNR and also by the city officials, the mayor of Stillwater, and also by the county commissioners of Washington County. And they had this project that they wanted to get funded through the state. And actually, I told them I would come down and look at this project. I went down Manning Trail. It's part of my district. And it is indeed a very safety problem that we have, where this Gateway Trail that runs through Grant Township all the way through to downtown Stillwater. And the city officials say that if this is completed, it has to be a bridge over Manning Trail, Highway 15. The trail is being completed, but they need an overpass. It's a very busy intersection. Thousands of cars go through there every day. In fact, when I was down there looking at the site, we had to be very careful because of the traffic coming through there. And now we're going to have children, we're going to have people coming through there on bicycles, hiking, so forth. And this overpass is very important. They're looking at somewhere between 200 to 300,000 people that will be using this trail and coming into this downtown Stillwater during the summer and fall and spring season. Originally, their project was $1.5 million. And now the DNR and the county, the city, they've got it down to $600,000. So with that, we would be moving some money within this bill, $600,000 from the Metro Parks Trails for this grant, for the fund the Gateway Trail. Now, I know none of you have probably seen this trail, but it's being completed. and it's very important for the city of Stillwater and the city of Grant. It's a real safety issue. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for support on this. Thank you.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, I also oppose this. Again, the bonding bill already carries this appropriations, and that's, I noticed from the ones that have been asked for, we've got a nice set of votes maybe coming for the bonding bill. And so we don't need to duplicate it. We don't need to duplicate it here. Again, this bill has a very good balance of metro and outstate projects, and actually this stays as a partially metro project, but we've gone from the recommendations of the Metropolitan Council, and as I said, it is in the bonding bill. And so again, I guess, Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call vote.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Detmer, thank you for bringing this forward. This is what was in my old district, so I appreciate that. And Representative Kahn, this is entirely appropriate for this bill. We don't know what the bonding bill is or is not going to be, if there is or is not going to be a bonding bill. That has not been appropriated. That is not there. What is before us is your bill, and this is an entirely appropriate use for these funds. It's entirely appropriate for Representative Detmer to bring it forward. It was entirely appropriate for Representative Schumacher to bring that forward. And to bring this up and to say, well, that belongs in another bill is simply, it's inappropriate and unacceptable, Representative Kahn. You know what is appropriate for your bill. You're the chair of the committee. You certainly understand that these are entirely appropriate resource. It's an entirely appropriate project to be funded within yours. And if it's not, please inform me and help me understand why this is not an appropriate use for these funds that the state of Minnesota said is a good idea to spend on these things. These representatives are simply bringing this forward. You say it belongs in another bill. What's up with that?
She will yield.
Mr. Speaker
Representative Kahn.
And members, I didn't say it belongs in another bill. I said it is in another bill. And so therefore we'll happily leave it there, and hopefully we'll pass it in that bill. What I'm saying is that this moving money from one set of projects to another one is disrupting what has really been a very good balance in this bill.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Kahn. And I'm sure that every bill that you've ever had signed into law from every governor, I'm sure that you picked out just one and only one bill and said, this is where I'm going to plant the Phyllis Kahn flag for my project in this bill only, and in no other bill shall this be passed into law. And that's my strategy, and that's what I'm sure, Representative Kahn, you can assure us that nothing that you've ever passed into law has ever been put into more than one bill.
She will yield. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, nothing that I've ever passed into law has ever been passed in more than one bill.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Majority Leader yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Murphy, it's come to my attention that some of my members have been approached by members from the other side of the aisle and asked to withdraw these amendments because if they don't do that, their projects wouldn't end up in a bonding bill this year or next year. And I guess what I'm wondering if that's the way we're trying to buy votes for a bonding bill here on the House floor. And I would hope that we are not. And I hope that if you think that's the strategy that's going to get you votes from this side of the aisle for a bonding bill, that you will reconsider your strategy, because that's not going to help us get votes for a bonding bill. These projects can be considered here, just like Phyllis Kahn, when she offers an amendment to 15 different bills. She does that because she's trying to find a ride for it in as many places as she can. Let's debate these amendments based on their merits and not suggest that we're going to pull them out of a bonding bill. So my question for you, Madam Majority Leader, is how are we trying to get votes for a bonding bill, and is that what's going on here on the floor?
Majority Leader, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Minority Leader Doubt. I appreciate the question, although I will say it is laced with some sort of accusation, which I don't appreciate on behalf of the members of the legislature or the members of the public, and would want to remind you of Rule 2.31, offensive words in debate. Not going to ask for that point of order, but to suggest that there's an effort to, I'm not even going to repeat your words. I can't imagine that you're describing something that I know anything about. But I know Representative Kahn has worked very hard to put together this bill. For our consideration this evening, she's worked for a couple of weeks to put the bill into the shape that it is now, to earn the votes of the Minnesota House of Representatives, and I'm grateful for that effort. And we should consider it on its merits as well as the amendments. And I would imagine that any member here in this House of Representatives who believes there is an amendment that is worthy of consideration would offer it. That's their obligation, and that's their choice.
Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Madam Majority Leader. Members of my caucus that have offered amendments here today on the House floor have been approached by members of your caucus and told that they should withdraw their amendments, and that these amendments should be withdrawn because if they don't, they will not be included in a bonding bill this year or next year. That's highly inappropriate. Can I have your commitment, Madam Majority Leader, that these members should stand up, re-offer their amendments, and that I have your commitment that they won't be stripped out of a bonding bill this year or next year because of their consideration here on the House floor on this bill, if she will yield, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Minority Leader Doubt. I appreciate the intensity of your question. I don't appreciate the implication. On behalf of all of the members of this House of Representatives, and as I have said to you, if a member believes that they have an amendment that has been properly filed, that is worthy for consideration, it is their choice to offer it.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no implication on my part. I'm a little upset, and I think you can see that because what's going on is inappropriate. And what I'm telling you is exactly what my members have told me.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Murphy, for what purpose do you rise?
I would like to cite Rule 2.31, point of order. Under Rule 2.31, offensive words in debate.
Are you prepared to offer advice?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
Advice.
A suggestion is being made on the floor of the House that members are suggesting. I'm not going to repeat it. I'm not going to repeat what Representative Dowd has just said. But what I find offensive is a suggestion that members are not offering their amendments under threat.
Advice. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice on 2.31. It says if a member is called to order for offensive words in debate, the member calling for order must report the words to which the exception is taken. And the my majority leader has indicated she is not willing to do that. So I would call this point of order out of order.
Representative Scott. Advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice. And, you know, the minority leader is simply stating the facts. He's not making this up. He's not making a false accusation or a false threat of any kind. He is stating the facts. We base things on facts around here. Hopefully we do. He is merely asking if what has been told to the members of this side of the aisle is accurate.
Mr. Speaker.
I ask you to find the point of order not well taken.
Representative Kahn, for what purpose do you rise?
I would like to ask Representative Dowd to yield to a question that might clarify the issue.
Representative Kahn, are you rising to a separate Point of order.
No, it's related to this point of order.
Representative Kahn, there were others who are ahead in line of you. I'm sure the point will come up, but unless you're rising to a separate point of order, I'm going to call on others. Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that you rule that the point of order not be well taken. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's inappropriate or offensive when information comes to a leader of a caucus to ask the other body a question. And that's what was happening here on the House floor. I would ask that you either not rule or that you find the point of order not well taken, because it's of very high concern that members feel that they may not have the ability to offer amendments, that their projects may not be debated or included purely based on the merit of those projects, but more upon political suppositions. That's what it appeared to be from our side, and all that was done was a question was asked. So I ask that you please not rule on this, or that you find the point of order not well taken.
Further advice, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, and to the Majority Leader. Majority Leader, with all due respect, this is about decorum. And in light of what Minority Leader Doubt portrayed, I cannot find how there would be disrespect made informing you of a situation on this floor that would find difficulty coming back at us. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would find that the point of order not be well taken in light of decorum, informing the other body in this House of a situation that would be appropriate to be brought back to us as well.
Further advice, Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in order to build my case for my advice, would Representative Doubt yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Kahn.
Representative Doubt, have you ever seen me offer an amendment to 15 different bills, a fact which you stated with great certainty?
Representative Doubt.
I have not seen you do that, no. I have not seen that.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, but Representative Doubt, you stated that fact with great certainty on the floor of the House. I don't want to make a point of order about making false statements or inaccurate statements on the floor of the House, but, I just thought it would be useful to point it out at this time, that people sometimes say things with a little, perhaps degree of exaggeration.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Representative Scott.
What issue are we on?
Representative Scott, we are under a point of order under House Rule 2.31.
And who brought forward that point of order?
Representative Doubt.
The Majority Leader, Representative Murphy.
Right. And Mr. Speaker, aren't we in the middle of giving advice on that matter to the Speaker?
We are.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Representative Kahn.
Just the point that I was making, and I think I've made it, is that I think we was perhaps a criticism or perhaps a questioning of the advice coming from the Minority Leader, who made a statement with great certainty, which I didn't believe he had any background to make.
Mr. Speaker.
Further advice.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Doubt.
Just in response to that, I actually have not given advice on this point of order, so I don't mean to impugn your statement, but I have not given advice on this point of order yet to Representative Kahn.
Further advice, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the advice would be in this particular point of order. I didn't hear anything whatsoever that Representative Doubt said in terms of 2.31 refers, Mr. Speaker, to offensive words. I did not hear an offensive word come out of Representative Doubt's mouth. But what I would suggest, members and Mr. Speaker, is that the Majority Leader's concern here misdirected. It's not the words that came out of Representative Dout's mouth that it appears that the majority leader has a problem with. It's rather the message behind it. And I would suggest that message is no different than if the majority disagrees with the statement that I make about taxes and the growth of government and the effect on Minnesota families, or if we take exception on this side to a statement made by somebody in the majority about our efforts to bring government to live within its means and construe it to be a negative impact on families. Mr. Speaker, members, I see no difference between that and the message directly behind Representative Dout's statement. That seems to be rather, Mr. Speaker, the problem that the majority leader raised, rather than the specific words that 2.31 points to as being offensive, Mr. Speaker. And I would actually challenge the majority leader to identify the words to which she claims to have offense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the majority leader, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I'm going to withdraw my point of order and hope we can focus on the bill.
Representative Murphy withdraws the point of order. Members, we're on the A69 amendment. Further discussion to Representative Detmer's A69 amendment. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Kahn please yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kahn, you're really a nice person, okay? And would you consider taking my amendments as a friendly amendment?
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, there are probably people who might consider that last statement either at least inaccurate, but anyway, you know, I think we do have a process of allocating trails and parks and trails funds. There's a very good balance in this bill, and this upsets the balance, plus the fact that it's already in the bonding bill. And so I think we can look and see what happens with the bonding bill at this point. And I have nothing to do with that bill, so, you know, I certainly have not gone around and ask anybody to withdraw any of these amendments.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kahn. I know you're not going to accept it as a friendly amendment, and I still think you're a great person. But with that, I'm going to have to withdraw my amendment.
Representative Detmer withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend House File 1183 to third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A72.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment deletes the section of the bill that allocates $53,000 to 2 additional busts for the state capitol, a Nellie Stone Johnson bust and a Pierce Butler bust. And instead of wasting these dollars on additional busts for the capitol, we are in this amendment going to bring those dollars to the Science Museum of Minnesota to benefit arts and arts education for kids in Minnesota, including American Indian initiatives within that arts education program. Members, ask for your support for the amendment, and Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I'm sorry, Representative Drazkowski, you weren't paying attention at the beginning of the bill, because the first thing I did was remove the memorial busts and eliminate the funding from it. So the bill, so this then comes from the bottom line instead of from something that's in the bill. Also, the bill already fully funded the Science Museum request, so it's unclear what this additional spending would go to. I mean, we try and be as generous as possible, but fully funding a request always seems to be good enough for the extent of our generosity.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kahn. It is difficult, Representative Kahn, or easy, I should say, to miss an amendment like the one you made very early in a $537 million allocation of other people's money. And I think it's about 100 pages or so. So I apologize for missing that. Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Speaker, I'd withdraw the amendment.
Representative Drazkowski withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Wills moving to amend House File 1183 to third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A75.
To the member from Dakota, Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A75 amendment would give just over $2 million to the Minnesota Zoo, and it takes a variety of funding from other areas of the arts and cultural heritage funding. I know all of us love the Minnesota Zoo, and as a state agency, it's our obligation to support it, and I'm honored to have the zoo in my district. And the Minnesota Zoo has been looking to find funding to work on a few projects, and their request this year was about, let's see, I had the number here, was at $4,750,000, and they were allocated about $1,750,000 for the first year, and then also in the second year, so for a total of $3.5 million for the biennium. So needless to say, I was a little disappointed that they didn't get their full request, and so I offered this amendment, but at this time I would like to withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Wills withdraws the amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barrett moving to amend House File 1183 to third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A114.
The member from Chisago, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment deals with the issue of water levels in the Northeast metro area. We've had a lot of discussion here recently about White Bear Lake and the fact that White Bear Lake is down several feet from where it normally is. That same situation is happening up just one county north of there in Chisago County, where we have a series of lakes connected together that are down an equal amount or more. We're down about 8 feet from what we have been historically. Back in 2004, we're up at around 900 feet, and we're down to about 892 now. So what I'd like to have accomplished with this amendment is to include the lakes in the Chisago Lakes area to the study currently being done in the bill related to White Bear Lake and lakes immediately around White Bear Lake. It appropriates $1 million from the Clean Water Fund reserves in order to help Chisago County understand the same problems that other similar lakes on top of similar aquifers are experiencing. And I'd appreciate your affirmative vote. Thank you.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is already, conflict, doesn't conflict, but it's already covered by funding that we have in the Clean Water Fund part, of the bill. We're already looking at having the Met Council do $1 million study. We really don't like to tell them to use a private engineering firm when we don't understand that there aren't parts of the public entities that can do that. And it's also the way it's written, it's not clear, for example, that White Bear Lake and surrounding areas are the same as White Bear Lake. And I guess I'd like to, the person who's really the expert on everything in this section is Representative Wagenius. This section came through her committee and was put intact into this bill. So I think she's ready to probably give more informed information than I can.
Representative Wagenius.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will decline the expert tag But I will point out in this bill, members, on lines 5226 through 5229, we are asking the Met Council to identify potential solutions to address emerging sub-regional water supply issues such as in the Northeast Metro. What you are doing is assuming that there is an engineering solution to this problem. That is not an assumption that we can make at this time. That's one problem. The second problem is there are similar problems not only in the metro, which this particular section covers, but all over the state of Minnesota. And so I don't think that we would be ready to give $1 million to engineering firms for all the lakes in Minnesota that are experiencing problems. It certainly isn't addressing the problem in one of the major problems we have in a lake and a reservoir in Worthington, and that's another district. And we have those similar problems in Fairmont. We have similar problems in Otter Tail County. So I think you do not determine that there's an engineering solution without defining a problem, and I ask members to vote no.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and Representative Woodenius. This amendment came to me from our Lake Improvement District because of their work over the past few years really monitoring our lake levels and trying to understand what the problem is in order so a solution can be found. That would be the idea for the study. It is $1 million, but the waters in our county are very valuable to us, and so we want to make sure that the water levels are down for a particular reason or not. That's what the study would give us. We understand there's a study currently being done that we would want to piggyback on so that we can understand the same problems and solutions as the folks near White Bear Lake have for their lake. And so that's the reason for the amendment, and again, I hope for your green vote. Thank you.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I'd like a roll call vote on this.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Discussion?
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kahn.
Just vote no. This is not, there has been an endorsement has been sent out from the St. Paul Chamber of Commerce, which specifically calls for the approach that we're using in this bill and does not support this approach.
Further discussion. Representative Barrett.
Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Kahn, I'm sticking up for my district here. They came to me recently over the last few days wanting to get an answer potentially to a problem we have. It's a very serious problem with our lakes. What we're doing here is we're making this political. This was not meant to be a political issue. It was meant to solve a problem that our people care about in our district, and so it shouldn't be a political issue. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the amendment.
Representative Barrett withdraws the amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1183 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, it's a good bill. It does good things all over the state. I suggest that members vote for it.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First, I'd like to thank Representative Kahn for her work on this bill. She worked hard. She was inclusive. We had good staff work as well. Some new ideas were brought forward, but unfortunately, I think that Representative Kahn went a little far afield in some areas. I believe that the legislature should be the final determiner for the funding of the four funds, but we do have citizen advisory groups who offer recommendations in 3 of the 4 funds. Lessard Sams and Outdoor Heritage, the Clean Water Council with water, and a task force created to make recommendations on parks and trails. We can and should make revisions as needed, but they should be focused, and I believe that this bill went too far. The Lessard-Sams Council has people in the field, hears testimony, and vets all proposals thoroughly. Their recommendation for the second year is 0 because they are an annual funding. This bill circumvents the process. It funds $51,174,000 in the second year without Lessard-Sams appropriation, leaves $47,606,000 for the next year. It takes money from the DNR and lists projects for metro area parks. And I don't, even though we've been talking a bit about bonding, I don't think that it is the purpose of Lessard-Sams or the Legacy Committee to become a mini bonding committee. Regarding water, I believe the recommendations of the Clean Water Council should be followed more closely. Parks and trails has been a very contentious issue ever since this committee has been founded. In the now 5 years that I've been on it, we have been struggling over the percentages for parks and trails. This time we had a task force that was appointed through the last legacy bill that came to us with recommendations. This task force is made up of members from Greater Minnesota, the metro area, and the DNR. Their recommendation was 40% of the funding for metro parks, 40% for DNR, and 20% for Greater Minnesota, and this provision is not in the bill. Now, I have been on the Legacy Committee for 3 terms, and when I chaired it 2 years ago, I felt that it should be easy to return $600 million to the people of Minnesota. But it's never been easy. I think that Chair Murphy and others, although it did go quite smoothly that first time, would attest that this is a complicated bill to put together, and I appreciate the work that Representative Kahn has done. Some have even referred to this as purgatory, being in this committee. I don't look on it as that way. It's a great opportunity, but I have noticed a disturbing trend. The first year under Chair Murphy, we passed the bill out of committee unanimously. The floor vote was over 100 for it. Then last year I became chair. I had to fight the battles over parks, open meeting laws, filibusters, to say nothing of convincing enough folks on both sides of the aisle to pass the bill. On final passage, I think we did have about 73, 75 votes in special session. So it's not an easy bill to do. It's not an easy bill to put together or to pass. And we still face hurdles. We still face hurdles in this bill that is before us today, and it's got more work to do.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I just wanted to let you know my experience working on this bill. It started in state government where I had a bill that wasn't in the shape that it needed to be and kind of got steamrolled while I was walking through there. And the reason I'm supporting this bill today is because Representative Kahn, Winkler, Nelson, and others, Pepin was involved as well, really helped get the bill into shape to get it through committee. And it's been a controversial bill, which is the 20-40-40 split for our regional parks and trails. And I believe that this is a fair bill to get down today. Come on, Fabian. And, I appreciate the hard work that she put into it and the work that she did to make it balanced. So I would ask all of my colleagues on the Democrat side here that are rural to vote with me on this, and appreciate it.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, just by chance, Bob Lessard cooked me fish last night, and Bob asked me to say, think of the legacy you're leaving for your children. He said, make sure you think of the legacy you're leaving for the children, and to vote no.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I handed out a sheet that looks at the land purchases and easement purchases in this bill, and it shows a history over each of the last 5 years. Members, we continue on the same trajectory, realizing that the state of Minnesota currently owns 8.5 million acres of land. 8.5, the fourth largest landowning state in the country. And members, I don't have to mention the two different reports within the last 3 years, one from the legislative auditor, one from the DNR. Each of them outlined very clearly that we own more land than we can afford to take care of, or than we've been appropriating money to take care of. And so this bill, once again, is a disappointment to me, members, as this bill seems to be each year. In this bill, the state of Minnesota buys another 8,756 acres of land and turns around and sells 482. Members, on average, we are buying 27 acres of land, the DNR is, each year from the Outdoor Heritage Fund purchases. 27 acres bought for every 1 acre sold. This is an unsustainable direction, members. We need to find ways within this bill to spend the money instead on things that will help repair some of the structures that are put forward in our environment, to help with habitat and other things that relate back to and fulfill the needs of the constitutional amendment, rather than continuing and continuing and continuing to buy more and more land. So I urge you to cast a red vote on this bill, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I don't know what former Senator Lessard told you, but one of the things we point out is that we put in every single spending recommendation from the Outdoor Heritage Fund. So we did not tinker with any of their recommendations. And there are very few groups that come and get everything they ask for totally funded in exactly the way we did it. We did some things that are a little more controversial, and I think we'll discuss them as it goes on, which is making the Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Council into a 2-year appropriations cycle, just like the rest of state government. We also did some things that they didn't do. We put in 2 projects which were very small amounts of their total, which we felt had not gotten significant consideration from them. One was from the thing funding metropolitan parks for $6.2 million, which we'll point out is 1% of the total amount of the legacy appropriation. We also did a terrific, what looks like a terrific program for the Fond du Lac reservation, for saving a piece of threatened land there that was possibly threatened for sale to developers. Again, we've never seen a project that ever went to any of the tribes in the state, and we thought that this was an appropriate place to start that. As I said, we specifically took the groundwater. We took the very good work from Representative Wogenius's committee to do some modification of the Clean Water Council bill, and we worked with Jason and the people concerned with the Regional Trails Council to again get a very good balanced recommendation on that area. I sense, so, you know, and we did do things that the Outdoor Heritage Council has really neglected to a point. For example, we have an extra $10 million in here for aquatic invasive species, which they have clearly not seen as an emergent issue in the way that the rest of the state does. We also put a greater investment into RIM than they put in, which is very important because when you look at the federal funding cycle, that's a federal matching grant program, and the federal government tends to look at what the states are doing as they make their decisions. And by us putting a larger amount in there, we hope that that gets us up to the top of the list of other states, and we'll bring in, I believe, it's 60% extra of federal money for this. So, you know, I'm proud of this bill. I think it does a good job. I really appreciated the work of all of the members of the committee on this bill. It had a lot of bipartisan support to put it together, and I hope it will have a bipartisan departure from the House. While I'm up, Mr. Speaker, I do want to, I don't know how quickly we're going to take a vote, so I want to take this opportunity to thank the staff, incredibly hardworking and capable members of the staff of this committee, Mike Mozan, the committee administrator, Krista Niederhofer, the committee legislative assistant, Andy Pomeroy from DFL Research, Abigail Johnson from GOP Research, Janelle Taylor from Nonpartisan Research, Mary Mullen from Nonpartisan Research, Brad Hagemeyer from Nonpartisan Fiscal, Helen Roberts from Nonpartisan Fiscal, not to remember Arlen, our incredibly capable and long-serving Paige. I'll also point out for people who want to show extra gratitude to these people, two of them, Janelle Taylor and Abigail Johnson, are going to be having babies pretty soon, and we hope we'll put together a legacy shower to appreciate their adding to the legacy of the state. Okay, so, Mr. Speaker, I hope we'll vote for the bill.
Member from Dakota, Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. And thank you to Representative Kahn for running a great committee. It was an honor to serve on the Legacy Committee this year. As many of you know, I fought to get on that committee and greatly appreciated the opportunity to learn about the 4 different funds and watch this bill develop. And I wanted to speak on the bill today to highlight a portion in the bill that I had the opportunity to work on with Representative Mike Freiberg. And we worked on the Metro Parks projects for habitat restoration. And I understand there's some concerns with the Lessard-Sams Council recommendations and adding in these projects. And I just wanted to say that that I understand the concerns, and I think we've talked a lot about it in committee, and we've talked a lot about it in our caucuses. And I just wanted to give a little bit of perspective from my perspective and why I think that these projects should be included. I understand that the Lessard-Sams Council works very hard to put forth their recommendations, and they certainly are to be commended for the work that they do. But in the end, I believe it's the legislature's responsibility to decide what is going to end up in the final bill. And so with that, I know that all of their recommendations were included in the bill, and this was added in addition. And so I'm excited to support this portion of the bill. But I do have some concerns about other portions of the bill, such as the Clean Water Fund portion. So I do have reservations. I know that there's more work to be done on the bill, but I know that in the conference committee we can get some of that work done and address some of these concerns. So I look forward to seeing an even better bill when it comes back to us. So thank you so much.
The member from Lake of the Woods, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in support of this bill. One of the main reasons that I like it is because of the money that's going towards the aquatic invasive species. I appreciate Representative Drazkowski's comments about we're done buying land, and I think that money that we would be buying land would be well served to put into protecting our lakes. Hunting brings in $1.1 billion into our economy every year. Fishing brings in $2.4 billion. And so money going towards invasive species to save our lakes is money well spent. Thank you.
Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, a couple of people have asked me not to talk, or if I did, to keep it short. Here's a clue. If you ever do that again, I'll talk 10 minutes longer. I feel very strongly about this bill. I would love to vote for it, but it's structured wrong, and I don't think you took the right recommendations. To my conservative friends here, we can't buy enough land. It wouldn't upset me if we were buying twice this much land. With the land that we've bulldozed, cleaned the fence lines, tiled, wasted otherwise for development is sad. Even if we bought twice the amount of land per year, we'd never get back to all the acres we've lost. Our kids don't have any place to hunt right now. At a recent auction, I put an auction up of myself to hunt with a young kid, and the rule had to be 16 years younger. His dad paid $250 to the sports program on this auction so that the kid had a place to hunt. And that's what it's like in southern Minnesota. Everything is posted. And I'm embarrassed that we don't have enough land down there. And so if you can get this bill, I'm going to vote no today, but if you can get it in the right form with the right amount of money and take the advice of hunters and fishermen to carry on the legacy structure the way it was meant to be. In my home county, in Blue Earth County, if you want to know why I'm talking like this, Blue Earth County, my home county where I've lived all my life except when I was a game warden up north, was the highest percentage voting for the amendment in the state, 69.9%. So somebody back home likes this idea, and so do I. And Representative Kahn, I hope you come back with a good bill so I can vote for it. Thank you.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to yield to Representative McNamara.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm extremely disappointed in this bill. I'm troubled that Representative Morgan, you didn't offer your amendment. This is absolutely the worst legacy bill that has ever been written and ever been voted on in the House. It has no chance of becoming law. I would imagine you're hoping on that side some way, somehow you got 68 votes to get you to conference committee, where the bill will be just like it is currently in the Senate and the governor's recommendations. It'll come back from conference committee report and pass with 110 votes. That's what's going to happen. But why are 68 of you going to vote today against 41 groups recommend against this? Those groups include Anglers for Habitat, Ducks Unlimited, Fish and Wildlife Legislative Alliance, Minnesota Deer Hunters, Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society, Pheasants Forever, Sportsmen for Change, and approximately 30-some other organizations that recommend we listen to the groups. Representative Lilly, Representative Hansen, you and I serve on the Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Group. Representative Lilly, you offered a great bill, had their recommendations. And Representative Kahn's going to jump up at some point and say, you know what, I included all the recommendations. Yes, she did. Then she spent $50 million in the second year willy-nilly, haphazardly. That's exactly what happened. But you know what? As bad as that is, and that's what all we heard about, and Representative Kahn, you had number 6 today. Dennis Anderson wrote the 6th column about how the bad things that you're doing. Previously, Representative Wagenius, you and I had that honor, and I still say, Representative Kahn, the article he wrote about me when my grandson Luke on the day he was born is the worst article, and unfortunately it's in Luke's baby book forever now. I still say that's the worst one that he ever wrote and was some of the worst things he ever said about anybody. But anyway, the Lessard Sams is actually not the worst part of the bill. Members, we are taking $2 million away from our state parks and bringing them to the metro parks. I'm not sure which state parks aren't going to get the $2 million. Is it going to be my Afton State Park? I don't know. Representative Fabian, it could be Hayes Lake State Park. Representative Erickson, it might be Zippel Bay. You've got 3 of them. Franz, Genève. Maybe it'll be Big Bog. I remember that one. It could be Greenleaf. Representative, it could be any one of them. It could be in Ansel's district. Representative Dill, you've got like 8 or 10 of them. Representative Falk, it could be Lac La Parle State Park. But you know what? 68 of you are going to vote to take $2 million away from those state parks and give it to Metro Parks. Yep. City of Minneapolis, I don't know who lives in the city of Minneapolis exactly, but I think there's 10 or 12 of you over there. They're going to get $1,063,000 more. But you know what? They're making all of us in the suburbs feel good because they're giving us a couple $100,000. Where's that money all coming from? Well, $2 million's coming from the state parks. The rest is coming from the bottom line. Democrat politics, take it from the bottom line. We don't need to worry. There'll be enough on the end. 1/4 the recommended amount on the bottom line is what we have. Instead of $4 million, it's $1 million. Representative Morgan, I'm disappointed you didn't offer your amendment because I had an amendment to fix the Parks and Trails Council. And members, anybody that was here last time knows how hard I fought for the suburbs and for Metro Parks. I fought with Representative Erdahl, Representative Torkelson, and Senator Engelbrechtson until my knuckles were blue to get what we could for Metro Parks. And you know what? We made a deal. It was 40-40-20. And I am not going to go back on a deal. It was a deal in good faith, bipartisanly, with Governor Dayton, the same governor we have today. And you guys are walking the plank to give the money to Minneapolis, and you're going to sprinkle $200,000 to Dakota County, $250 to be exact. You're going to give $200 to Washington County, $400 to Three Rivers Park. I wonder what county that's in. Then you're going to give a little to Anoka County. And you know what, members? Where are the high-priced lobbyists right now? They're right up there behind me. And you know what? They're not there for the state parks. You know who they're for? Metro Parks. Minneapolis, Three Rivers. You know what? They invite us to the Lexington early on. They got big shrimp, real big shrimp at their outing. You throw $5 in the basket and you feel good. No, members, we came here to do the right thing. And you can all smile and laugh, but there's going to be 68 of you walking the plank. And you know what? Many of you are in the rural, and when it comes back, take a look. You'll have plenty of time. It's going to take me a little while. Look up the Senate bill. Look up the governor's recs. They're the same. They are basically the same bills. And members, I'm not even touching the worst. I'm leaving the worst for Torque. He's going to talk about the great work in clean water. I'm not even touching that. There's 40 groups there. Most of them deal with that. That stuff's not coming back. What in the world are you thinking of? It just keeps getting better. This is unbelievable. What in the world are you doing? You had a chance. You had the amendment. All you had to do was adopt the council's recommendations. And we're going to say, oh, we're doing the council recommendations. $50 million willy-nilly in the second year. Never even talked to the council. Didn't even listen to what they had to say. We know better. We're going to do what we want. Members, please, vote no. You all know it's wrong. You know this is wrong. You are doing it because of the lobbyists and the high power, because we can. Members, how did it work 2 years ago when we could do what we could do? How'd that work for us? Good luck.
Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know it's fun to go after the city of Minneapolis. I'm going to give you 3 numbers. In this appropriation, Minneapolis receives 1.9% of the money, and actually some of that actually goes to Golden Valley. Minneapolis has 7.5% of the residents in this state. Minneapolis generates over 12% of the state's sales tax. Remember the numbers.
Further discussion, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to focus my attention on the water portion of the bill. If you look at your handouts, you have one that outlines the members of the Clean Water Council. The Clean Water Council was created with the Clean Water Legacy Act in 2006 and makes recommendations to the legislature how these clean water dollars should be spent. If you look at that list, you'll see a variety of people from many walks of life. You'll see a former DNR commissioner. You'll see a university professor. You'll see people involved with local government. You'll see people involved with agriculture. These folks meet every month. They work hard. They spend a full day talking about water issues across the state, and they make recommendations to the legislature. I fully understand that the legislature has every right to make changes in these recommendations. I've made some changes myself in the past. But the wholesale changes that are involved in this bill are way out of line. I share Representative Erdahl's concern that we're having a more and more difficult time passing this bill off the House floor. And I think some of the reason for that is that the irresistible urge to micromanage recommendations, that we seem to know better than folks that spend a full year's time putting these recommendations together and suggesting to the legislature how these dollars should be spent. You'll see a letter that's been handed out. On the back of that letter is a number of organizations that support the process that has been set up. What happens when we ignore recommendations by these councils? We're cutting these folks off at the knees, folks. They're spending their time and their effort doing the best they can to bring recommendations that they think will be most effective for the use of these dollars across the state of Minnesota. If we start cutting them off at the knees and ignoring their advice, how do we expect people to commit themselves to do the good work that they're doing on these commissions? I'm not saying that we can't change anything, but these wholesale changes are entirely inappropriate. I'm asking you to vote red on this bill today. I'm hoping that when it comes back from conference committee, it's in much better shape than it is today. I realize that some of the projects that have been added to this bill are worthy projects. I'm not denying that, but there are other ways to fund them. And actually, if this body has better ideas, they should go back to these commissions, spend some time with them, and ask them to revise their recommendations. That's been done in the past, too. That was not done this year. I feel badly about that. I strongly urge you to vote red on this bill today. Thank you, members and Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion, Representative Freiberg.
It's been an honor to serve on this committee, and I want to thank Chair Kahn for including House File 1119 in this bill, which would fund 15 habitat projects in metro area parks, mostly in the suburbs, not in Minneapolis or St. Paul, mostly in Republican districts. It was a pleasure to work with Representative Anna Wills on this provision, securing bipartisan support on a very broad basis. We had the maximum number of co-authors on House File 1119. There were 35 of us. 16 of them were Republicans. There was bipartisan support to that provision of the bill, and I encourage members to vote green.
Further discussion. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, I think I already made my closing speech prematurely, so I just urge people to vote green. It's a good bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. clerk will close the roll. Kelly votes no. There being 70 ayes and 55 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. With no further objection, we'll revert to messages from the Senate. The clerk will report the message.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. This is the Hortman motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 956, an act relating to energy. Hortman moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 956, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill is very different from ours. I request conference.
Representative Deborah. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the Hortman motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion prevails. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File 956. Hortman, Simonson, and Garofalo.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I could just have everybody's attention, I have an important message here. We know that, point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
We know that it's fishing opener, and just tell everybody to have a safe fishing opener. But more important, this weekend is Mother's Day. Mother's Day is a celebration honoring mothers and motherhood, material bonds, and influencing mothers in our society. It's a celebration on various days in many parts of the world, most commonly in the months of March or May. It complements Father's Day, a similar celebration honoring fathers. Now, we have a lot of mothers here. Thank you, mothers, for the work you do in our families. And husbands, sons, and daughters, don't forget your moms this weekend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members will revert to the calendar of the day. Next item on the calendar for the day, Senate File 683. Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 683, the first engrossment, an act relating to private detectives.
To the author of the bill, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for hearing House File 817, Senate File 683. Mr. Speaker and members, the Private Detective Statute 326.3341 offers exemptions from private detective licensure requirements for a number of professions, including attorneys, however, not for certified public accountants. Senate File 683 seeks to exempt CPAs from private detective licensure requirements since their work is already regulated by the Board of Accountancy. That's Minnesota Statute Section 326A. This bill was brought to me by the Minnesota Society of CPAs and the Minnesota Board of Private Detectives and Protective Agents has no objections to this bill. I would ask that you would vote green.
Further discussion to the bill. Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 683.
Third reading. Further discussion to the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 124 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121 and 3.33, designate the following bill to be placed on the calendar for today for Tuesday, May 14, 2013. Senate File 1006.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of non-controversial motions on the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motion prevail. Announcements. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of personal inquiry. Parliamentary inquiry, sorry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Nelson would yield to a question.
He will yield.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Representative Nelson. Today is Child Care Provider Appreciation Day, and first off, I just want to say thank you to all the child care providers out there in the great state of Minnesota. But even more so, providers would like to know when they can expect House File 950 on the House floor.
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I don't know. It's in the Rules Committee, or it's on the second, had its second reading. It's on the floor. It's up to the Rules Committee to decide when they schedule it, and when it comes up, it comes up. I haven't been told when that's going to happen.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, thank you.
Announcements. Representative Anderson S.
Privilege of the House.
Privilege of the House. State your privilege.
Mr. Speaker, I've never done this in my entire career here at the legislature, but we have a very special birthday boy here, Representative Chris Wazinski. It's his birthday today, so please extend him a happy birthday.
Announcements. Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Judiciary, Finance, and Policy Committee will meet 15 minutes after session in the basement.
Further announcements. Representative Lincheski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I apologize. I have not been announcing the Tax Conference Committee this year and have been asked why I haven't been, but so I will start. Tax Conference Committee meets at 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you.
Further announcements. Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Environment, Natural Resources, and Agricultural Finance meets tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Further announcements. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Rules Committee will reconvene 15 minutes after session in room 5. And Mr. Speaker?
Representative Murphy.
I move that when the House adjourns, it adjourns until 11 a.m., Monday, May 13th, 2013.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m., Monday, May 13th, 2013. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion prevails.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion prevails, and the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Monday, May 13th, 2013.